Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So, last time, we were attacked by Castor. And then a new servant came in and just destroyed her. So now he's our problem. And he appears to know Saber, and we learned Saber's circumstances, that she's actually not quite a servant in the traditional sense yet. So, yeah, we got that on our hands. So, without further ado, let us get to the game. I wake up alone. Even if she is recovered, Saber still needs to sleep on occasion. The moment we return to our room, Saber immediately falls asleep. I went to bed as well, if only to make her feel better. That was about an hour ago. It's past midnight. I should be able to get out of the house without Saber or Tosaka noticing at this hour. I sneak outside, trying not to make a sound. I thought of using the bike, but I'd just run the risk of waking them up. So I walk. There's not a single person outside. It's late, but the silence is still eerie. The air is frozen, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of life in the buildings. On the other hand, it feels like something dark and sinister is swirling at my feet. Did something happen to the town while Ilya had me prisoner? It's like a bad omen hangs over the entire place. This isn't my imagination. I look up towards the mountain in the distance. Byodo Temple, which stands at a distance away from town, only looks like a black lump from here. But it looks like it's swaying in the night air, rumbling and throbbing. I cross the dark river and walk into Shinto. So it's been 10 days. On that day, the night I met Saber for the first time and then walked across this bridge with Tosaka, seems so long ago. I see the church. I've never been here before. I may have said as much to Tosaka, but I did have a connection with the church. If things had gone differently, I would have ended up under the care of the church, and then being adopted by some family later on. It would have been better, it would have been either the Amiya family or that church. One hell of a fork in the road. 10 years ago, all the kids in that hospital were orphans. The church took them all in, at least temporarily. I was the one in that group of orphans to be adopted from the hospital. I was the only one. That's probably why. I've been unconsciously avoiding the church out of guilt. It's also why, 11 days ago, I told Tosaka it was my first time going into the church. The lights inside the church are on. I don't really like that priest, but there are things I need to ask him. Okay, let's go. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the heavy church doors. Father Kotomine, are you here? I step inside as I call out for him. There's nobody in the chapel. The lights are on, but this vast space is so quiet, I find myself more nervous than if it were dark. Hey, is anyone here? There's no reply. I can't keep going in I can't keep going and further, so I might give up tonight. I whirl around when I hear a sound from behind me. The suddenness of his appearance leaves me speechless. Katamine sounds bored and turns back to the door he came through. Oh, hold on. And I came here to ask you something. As Katamine says so, he opens the door to the back of the church. Katamine doesn't bother asking my opinion. He just disappears into the back of the church. I've come this far. I can't go home empty-handed. I steel myself, determined not to let Katamine intimidate me this time, and head toward the back of the church. I just noticed I still have my email all up. Whoa, the outside's impressive, but the inside is pretty intricate too. This must be a courtyard. The garden and passageways are too magnificent for Katamine to live here alone. The priestess appears around yet another corner. Damn, he's not waiting for me. I complain to myself as I chase after Katamine. The church is a small labyrinth, so I don't have any choice but to follow Katamine. We enter a modest stone chamber. The simple room, far from the elegance of that chapel and courtyard, must be Father Katamine's private room. The priest makes his apology as he plops down onto the sofa. I smell the faint aroma of what might be wine. For the smell to linger in this room, he must really like wine. Nobody's standing around like a fool. I was just looking around because this room seemed weird. I'm going to go home as soon as I finish my business here. This priest really gets on my nerves. I feel like he's reading my mind, and whenever I try to deal with him directly, I just get intimidated. Don't lie, you know all along. You knew my old man was Saber's master, and that the Holy Grail was destroyed. You're the overseer here to manage the Holy Grail, so you can't not know. Yeah, I heard that's how the last Holy Grail War ended. The priest falls silent, contemplating something.
サーバントが前回の記憶を受け継いでいるというのは異常だ。セイバーは故障しているのか。何せよ、通常のサーバントとは言えないな。英霊は記憶など持たない。過去、現在、未来、いかなる時代にも呼び出される連中に記憶があっては矛盾が生じる。奴らにあるものは生前の記録だけだ。死後英霊となってからの出来事は一切記憶されないはずだ。
He ponders this, as if he still isn't convinced. I get it. Katamine doesn't know Saber hasn't fully become a heroic spirit, so he can't truly understand the situation. That's not what's going on. Saber's circumstances are different from other servants.
事情が違う？なるほど。わざわざ訪れた要件はそれか。いいだろう。話してみろ。
His haughty attitude pisses me off, but I don't have the time to deal with that too. I don't like it, but this man might be able to give me a clear explanation. It seems Saber isn't dead yet. Her contract to become a heroic spirit isn't complete. It appears she wished for the Holy Grail just as she was dying, and she agreed to become a heroic spirit as the price for obtaining it. So she's not completely dead. She won't die until she obtains the Holy Grail, and that's when she'll become a servant in the normal sense.
死んでいない。では、セーバーはまだ輪廻の枠にとどまっているということか。他の英霊のように時間から外れたわけではないと。
That face. Yeah, I think that's what it means. Tosaka said Saber's basically being carved out of time.
そうか。英霊のようにことが済めば消えるのではなく、聖杯を手に入れるまでは英霊として駆り出されるということか。だが、あれは未だ聖杯を手に入れていないため、失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま、今回も呼び出された。わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは、英雄というのはわからんな。そうして手に入れたところで、待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろうに。
Right. If she gets the Holy Grail and her wish granted, she'll just become another servant. I don't like that. Besides, what are servants? You say you use heroic spirits like familiars, but are there contradictory heroic it's like Saber?
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。魂の永続。その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステムだ。こればかりは立案者であった当時の人間しか知るまい。
The permanence of the soul?
いや、もともとはそういうものだっただけという話だ。
I haven't been keeping up to date. My OS is still horribly out of date. I've got holes in my firewall everywhere.
関係のないことだ。忘れろ。
Give me a bit.
それでエミヤしろ。つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだ。
Is that what I want? I do think Saber's situation is messed up. Aiming for the Holy Grail is all well and good, but afterwards the only thing awaiting her is her disappearance. Even if someone other than King Arthur is chosen as king, and then King Arthur ceases to exist on our history, the Hero King Arthur will continue to be used by who knows how many others, and that seems wrong to me. So if she can stop being a servant and just live a normal life.
それは不可能だ。死者は蘇らない。いかに時間に止まっていようと、私たちにとってセーバーは死んだものだ。彼女を現世に呼び出しているのは聖杯の力であり、彼女が英霊になる交換条件を飲んだからだろう。聖杯を求めない彼女はサーバントとして召喚されることはない。そして聖杯を求める以上、遅かれ早かれ彼女は完全なサーバントになるだろう。たとえ今回が失敗に終わっても、彼女にはチャンスなど無限にある。セイバーは未だ時間軸にとどまっているため、聖杯を手に入れる機会を同時に行えるというわけでもないし、一度失敗した試練をやり直すということもできない。一度失敗した試練は何度やり直そうと失敗する。結果を体験しているからといって決定した結果は変えられないからな。だがそれでも聖杯を手に入れるのは時間の問題だろう。聖杯を手に入れる機会はこの聖杯戦争だけではない。聖杯に関する試練はあらゆる時代に存在する。その全てをしらみつぶしに続けていけば、いずれ聖杯は手に入れられる。そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法など、あれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまい。
I knew it. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way she can avoid becoming a servant. She will stay like this forever unless she decides to use the Holy Grail for herself. Even if this Holy Grail ends, there's no need to fight, and there's no need to fight anyone. If she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, she just has to try again next time. The moment she obtains it, she turns into the so-called heroic spirit and is sent all across time. So whether she obtains the Holy Grail or not, she'll remain a servant forever?
いや、そうとは限らんだろう。聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら、セーバーを救うことはできる。
Eh? But you just said that was impossible.
なあ、セーバーをサーバントでなくすのは不可能だ。だがお前が望んでいるのは、セーバーを人としてこの世にとどまらせることだろう。
All you have to do is completely violate her agency and desires.
ならば、そう難しいことではない。聖杯戦争が終わった後、サーバントを人として生かすこともできる。もっとも、死んでしまえば死の直前にいる彼女に戻ることになるが。
How do I do that?
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるものということだ。通常英霊として召喚される者には意志などない。連中はただ 目的を果たすためだけの道具として召喚され消え去っていく。だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だからな。それならば世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
Can you do something like that? Saber said the Holy Grail disappeared the moment it was destroyed last time. Without the Holy Grail, I thought servants can't stay.
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを維持できない。聖杯という強大な魔力提供源がなければサーバントは消えてしまう。
I figured, then...
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供など代償行為に過ぎない。連中の本質は魂食いだ。存在濃度が薄れ始めたのなら他人の魂で補充すればよい。
Is he telling me to attack random people like Shinji did? The hell? I can't let her do that. Anyway, Saber wouldn't want to remain here if that's what she had to do it.
そうか。ならば、あとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前が真実セーバーを人として生かしたいのなら、聖杯をセーバーに飲ませればいい。
Boy, howdy! Does this sound like honest advice and not the trappings of someone dripping honey into your ear? He must have anticipated my resistance. The look on his face tells me that this is the conclusion he wanted me to reach this whole time. Are you telling me to grant my wish using the Holy Grail?
いや、それはお前の願いとは関係がない。聖杯の中身はそういうものだ。
We just have to have her chug it like it's a beer drinking contest.
リンから聞かなかったか。サーバントは杯に満ちた水を飲むことによって現世で2度目の生を授けられるのだと。もっともそれはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬがな。肉体は依然サーバントのままだが、マスターさえ存命ならばこの世界にとどまれるようになる。
But that means that's no solution. Even if she were able to stay in this world, it would be pointless if she's still a servant. She wouldn't be able to exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she managed to live in this world for a long time, she'd just go back to that hill after her death. Saber would never agree to such a thing. She doesn't care about a second life. She insists she's going to use the Holy Grail for something else. But then again, does the Holy Grail, the key to all of this, even still exist in this world? I've heard enough. Basically, you're telling me to get the Holy Grail. But does the Holy Grail even exist? If my old man destroyed it, wouldn't it? If the Holy Grail doesn't exist, then there's no reason to fight. This ridiculous fight to the death is pointless.
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。元より君に理由などない。
He says that, and time seems to just stop. There's no reason to fight. He told me that before. I just become a master, and I didn't have much of a reason to fight. So at the time, what he said didn't sink in. I just ignored him, thinking he was being sarcastic. But what now? But what about now? There's a reason for me to fight. If there's a holy grail, I want to end this war, and if it's possible, I want to give the grail to Saber. There is a reason for me to fight, and a perfectly good one at that. But why? Why do those simple words make me shake so much? I feel like I'm about to vomit up everything I've held in for so long. A voice shatters the stillness that had locked up. A voice shatters the stillness that had locked up my thoughts. It's the voice of a man I don't want to hear. But that voice at least settles the wave of nausea I feel creeping up on me. Huh? Someone will prepare another one? Is the Holy Grail easy to make? What the hell? Einsburn, is that Elia's family?
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていてな。こと、聖杯の模造品を作る技術は神業だった。だが、それだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできない。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのが遠坂とマキリだ。当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が届かない極東の地が選ばれた。アインツベルンはそれを見越して遠坂を仲間に引き入れたのだろう。遠坂はここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、その死は高霊術の対価だった。 アインツベルンとしては遠さかなくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。だが二つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか。遠坂はマキリの家系にもこの話を持ち込んだ。マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を持っていた。サーバントを縛る霊樹を作り上げたのもマキリだ。そうして連中は聖杯召喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。一度目の聖杯の降霊は連中が戦っている間に終わってしまったらしいな。そうして代を重ね聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。遠坂はこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。それらが彼らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
I'm not sure what's so amusing about this, but the priest seems to enjoy telling me about it. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual, but I didn't know Ilya and Tosaka's families were the ones who created the whole thing.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。前回キリツグに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだろう。
Huh? Ilya holds the Holy Grail? That's weird. I don't think I saw anything among her belongings that looked like the Holy Grail.
さて、これで気は済んだか。お前が何を悩むのかは私には知り得ない。だが解決する手段は聖杯のみだ。それが分かったのなら早々に帰るがいい。戦いはまだ終わっていない。セーバーもつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰ではないぞ。
Yeah, it is pretty stupid, let's be honest. That's none of your business. I'm aware Lancer's master is still around. Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask. Kotamine, servants disappear once the Holy Grail disappears. That's what you said, right?
言ったが、何か問題でも。
Yeah, big time. I don't know who it was, but there was an 8th servant. According to Saber, he'd been in this world since the previous war. I can see that he's shocked. Kotamini's eyes go wide. What's going on, Kotamine? I came here thinking you might know something about this.
消えなかったサーバントがいるということだな。そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。つまりセーバーの他にもう一人サーバントは残っていた。セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら話はたやすい。それは魂を食らうことで魔力を補い、この10年間生き続けたのだろう。
That's impossible. The servant was frighteningly powerful. If someone like that hung around for 10 years, someone like you or my old man would have detected them.
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。そのサーバントのマスターか、もしくは。
Or what?
聖杯戦争を知りながらマスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。 マキリのご老体はとうに隠居している。
Kotamine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては監督役として放ってはおけん。そのサーバントに関しては私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専念するがいい。
Kotamine heads to the exit, indicating there is nothing else to discuss. There's definitely nothing more to be gained by staying here. I follow Kotamine out of the dark stone room. From there, he leads me to the entrance in silence. I leave the church, and behind me...
その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
The priest puts that to me, maybe to make certain I remember. He watches me from the door with a condescending twist to his lips. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I don't need anyone to remind me of that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail only, but she doesn't want its power for herself. And as long as she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind Saber anymore. She will be freed from coming back to the point right before her death, and she will truly die. Why the sudden change of heart? You're not one to give warnings like that.
なに、お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのでな。私なりの行為として忠告しているのだよ。
Yeah, sure.
聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。彼女と共にいたいのならば、聖杯は諦めるべきだろうとな。
That doesn't make sense. I can't keep Saber here without the Holy Grail.
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。先ほどのサーバントの話もある。セーバーを存命させたいのなら、魂を与え続ければいいだけではないか。
He is really trying to go hard brainwashing us, isn't he? Screw you, I won't allow that. I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
My glare has no effect on him. He just laughs in amusement.
ならば、聖杯の中身に期待するしかないな。お前のサーバントが望まないにしても、霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれでかな。
You know, violating her agency and all that. He's saying, it doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it. If I'm her master, I just need to force her to drink the Holy Grail using the power of the command. Drink from the Holy Grail using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎぬ。ま、セイバーの意志を尊重するのもよかろう。彼女の人生だ。我々が口を出す権利はない。例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The church doors close. I glance up at the towering church before I turn to leave. I cross the bridge at night. This is the path I once walked with Saber. I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything at the time.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
I know. I don't need him to tell me that. But why is everything so complicated? Saber shouldn't obtain the Holy Grail, but the only thing that can save her is the Holy Grail.
彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろう。それでも存命させたいのなら彼女に魂を与え続ければいい。
I can't do that. And even if I asked her to do that, she would refuse. She would choose to disappear if that were the alternative. She would disappear, and then she'll have to do another Holy Grail war all over again.
ならばレイジを一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
Ah, shut up! Kotomine's words are poison. I can't get rid of them. In a rage, I smash my fist against the nearby rail, desperately hoping to clear my mind by breaking my hand. I hear an echoing metallic clang. There's no other sound. Not so much as a car or another person passing by. Damn, why am I getting all worked up? I lean against the rail, grumbling to myself. I know I should just ignore Kotomine, but there's just some sort of power to his words. I can't ignore them. What do I want to do what am I fighting for? In the beginning, it was stopping the Holy Grail War. But when did that become secondary? Did it happen when I started to stubbornly fight on my own? Did it happen when I realized how helpless I am and I started cooperating with Saber? Or did it happen when I made a sword for her after our souls was entwined that night in the ruins? No, that's all nonsense. I don't need to think about it. Since the beginning. My mind's been made up since I met her in the shed. The sight of her, illuminated by the moonlight. That would have been fine. Had I not shared that dream of her past, and so, had I not shared that dream of her past, and so not known any better, it would have been over without me even noticing. But I did find out. I knew I couldn't leave her alone, and I started to hope I could somehow not lose her. I wished to stay this way. I want to keep seeing her smile. Ow. The image of the girl watching the sunset alone on the hill, strewn with swords. My chest hurts whenever I think of that scene. Or maybe it could just be the hole in my chest. Could be that, you know. She never took any time for herself. That always bothered me. Kuretsugu always said not to make a girl cry. I much prefer her smiling to her tears. That's why I was so angry Saber never smiled. But then, when I told her to smile, she always replied that she would rather see me smile. That's like looking at an unreachable star through a telescope. Damn. I look up at the night sky. I stare up at the corridor I could never reach. A trickle. I stare up at the star, not corridor. What the fuck was I saying? I don't know how it formed, but I feel a tear slide down my cheek. A tear. I love her. I say it to nobody. As dense as I may be, I have to at least admit how I feel. I can't stop this feeling anymore. I realize I've fallen in love with her, So much that that thinking about her can bring me to tears. I hear Tosaka's voice as I arrive. She's standing at the entrance. Tosaka, why are you... I heard your footsteps a mile away. She grabbed my hand and, without waiting for me to reply, drags me to the hall. And she brings me to her room. She's awkward about it, but she's still being considerate. Yeah, thanks. Honestly, the hot tea is comforting. It took me a good hour to walk home from the neighboring town. I walked slowly, so I was cold to the bone. How did you... Again, you weren't subtle about it. As usual, she doesn't beat it around the bush. I get it. Tosaka must have known I was going to do what I was going to do from the very beginning. But she didn't stop me. She just waited for me to come home, and now she's even made me tea. I feel like a new man. Now that my mind is made up, I appreciate Tosaka's thoughtfulness. Which is probably why I say, yeah, I went. There was something I wanted to ask him about. I don't hide anything. I'm honest with her. Yeah, it wasn't a fruitful conversation anyway. I just wanted to check with him about the current situation. Yeah, and Saber didn't have to end up as a servant. She nods in agreement. Eh? Archer? You mean you're Archer? Huh? Why would he be worried about Saber? I thought he hated Saber. Oh, really? But Saber said she didn't recognize Archer. You know, if you go that route, the possibilities are endless. If you can't remember someone's face, that's as good as not knowing them. We'll get to that. Tosaka's unusually chatty tonight. It's probably her way of trying to be considerate. Maybe not particularly effective, but Tosaka is a good person. She's usually pretty relentless, but she still lends a helping hand. She's got the kind of big sister thing going on. We drink tea for a few more minutes. Tosaka turns and looks straight at me. Guess she has run out of patience. I'm going to take her on a date tomorrow. That sounds fun. Wait, what? I can't think of anything else. It's a spur of a moment, an idea I came up with on my walk back home. But then, I don't know where the somber mood from earlier went, but because Tosaka makes the most bizarre face. She bursts out into uncontrollable laughter. Damn, I'm so dumb. I should have seen this coming. Shut up! What's wrong with me being selfish? I know this is not the time for it, but I'm not going to let you get in our way. Tosaka slaps my back hard. She holds her stomach with her one hand, laughing so hard. Now she's nearly in tears. I think this is the worst she's ever treated me. Well, I'm happy for you. None of that was funny to me. Tosaka says that kindly, doing a complete about-face from a second ago. Yeah, I'll try my best. Honestly, that came out of left field. When she says it like that, all I can do is nod. I go back to my room. Saber is still asleep, and the house is peaceful, as if there's nothing happening. It rained today, but what about tomorrow? I look up at the clouds slowly passing overhead. Unlike me as it is, I pray for a sunny day tomorrow. And like me as it is. Moonlight 1. And it's Valentine's Day. Then, the next thing I know, it's morning. Pathetic. I couldn't sleep a wink. I sigh and turn off the ringing alarm clock. Today, no matter what she says, Saber and I are going on a date. Because that's how you get a girl, right? You simply force her into doing what you want. My first priority will be to take her to plenty of places, so she'll have a chance to enjoy herself. I've been trying to search my mind for a perfect spot for a date, but before I could come up with anything, my alarm went off. I turned the alarm clock on just in case. As hard as I tried, I still couldn't think of anything last night, so I borrowed an alarm clock from Tosaka, figuring I might have to pull an all-nighter. Not that it's done any good. Come to think of it, I've never been on a date. I sigh again. That's sort of a problem. I'm nervous enough, plus I didn't sleep. But I think the worst part is how shocked I am that after staying up all night to think about it, I couldn't come up with a single thing a girl might like. Fine, I'm going to leave it all to chance. I'm going to take her all over the place, and she'll learn what it's like to have a good time. I'll just take her to cute shops. Well, I feel like there's a fundamental flaw in that plan, but I've already made up my mind. There's nothing else I can think of, but what the soul boils down to, is that today is going to be a day packed with fun, and it's going on until. And it'll go on until Saber said she's had enough.
では、イリアスフィールはまだ目を覚ましていないのですか？ええ、まだ眠ったままよ。あの様子なら目を覚ますのにもうしばらくかかりそうだけど、今日はそれが幸いしたわね。
Yeah, no doubt she probably would want to tag along.
イリア、起きてればシローの後について回って邪魔してただろうし。そうですね。今までのようにシローに同行されてはたまらない。昨夜はああなってしまいましたが、今日からは本気で残るマスターを探すのです。シローにはイリアスフィールに構っている余裕はありません。ああ、そっちの邪魔じゃないんだけど、まあいいか。
Gremlin smirk, man.
私が言っても仕方ないし、これはシローとセイバーの問題だし。
Tosaka laughs mischievously.
は、私とシローの問題ですか
？We finished breakfast, and it seems like a good time to leave. Saber is ready to look for masters, but I'm determined to execute my plan as well. I just need to be a man and tell her. About that, Saber, we're going to go to the neighboring town today. If you have to get ready, I want you to do it now.
マスター探しですか？それでしたら隣町ではなく郊外の方が確実だと思いますが。
That's not what we're doing. The two of us are going to go out and have fun today. So there's no point in us going to the suburbs.
Huh?
Saber freezes. I try to ignore the sound of Tosaka trying and largely failing to control her laughter behind me. I'll get her for that later.
シロー、それはどういう意味でしょうか？遊びに行くとはシローとリンではなく、その。
What fucking faces Rin's making? If I'm going, you're the only one who can come with me, Saber. Tosaka is going to stay back and watch Ilya, so she has nothing to do with this.
何をバカな。私とシローが隣町を探索したところで成果は薄い。そのようなことをしても意味がない。一体何をしようというのですか、あなたは。
Saber is pretty clearly frustrated. I kind of figured something like this would happen, but things are looking even bleaker than I thought, since she clearly thinks we're going out to town to search for masters. This is rough. I'm being really clear, but you still don't get it, Saber. I'm trying to ask you on a date. I ignore Tosaka's stare as I speak to Saber. I'm not sure how much Saber understands.
そのような言い方ではわかりません。具体的な内容を提示してくれませんか、シロー。
The faces Rin is making right now, I swear. She looks even more irritated. And suddenly, it's like a switch flipped in my head. There's no sense in beating around the bush here. It'd be best if I were just blunt with her.
シロ、街に出るというのなら従いますが、デートをしようとはどういうことなのか説明してください。
Well, a date is defined by a courtship between.
いくらこの時代に慣れていると言っても、私にも知らない単語はあります。あまり専門的な略語は使わないでほしい。
It's not really a technical term. I can teach you if you don't know, but a date is when someone goes out and has fun with a girl. That is possibly the worst definition of a date I've ever heard. Like, sorry, guys. If you go out with that guy, you're like, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count as a date. Girls, if you're going out with a guy, that doesn't count as a date either, even though it counts to him. But you lesbian in the group, if you're going on a date, if you're going, and that totally counts as a date. Even if you're just being chill, even if you're just being chill friends. My comedic definition joke was better than this. Holy crap. Saber goes completely still. She's dazed now, muttering. When I nod yes, Saber looks even more confused. I just remembered I should probably bring my stopwatch up. I wasn't expecting this question. I mean, I know what the point of a date is, but I know that I'm on the spot, and Saber wants me to explain it to her face. Yes, well...
そんならしくない単語を使うから勘違いさせるのよ。デートなんて言わずにもっとわかりやすい言葉で説明すればいいのに。いい？セイバー。デートってのはね、要するに合いびきのことなの。
I want to Google through that. That's a term I don't hear too often. Tryst, a private romantic rendezvous between lovers. Okay.
Shiro は遊びに行くって言うけど、つまるところ男の子が好きな女の子にアピールするチャンスってわけ。
And she goes right back to the gremlin smile. I cough loud. Tasaka may be right, but I'm pretty confident that a date and a tryst are two different things. I mean, from what I read, not really. But I don't think it's worth mentioning. From her reaction, it looks like Saber fully understands what a date is. Exactly, Saber. We're going to head to town, and we're going to fight. We can't and we're not going to fight. And we can't fight during the day anyway because there are people around. So there should be no problem with us spending the day however we want. However we want.
それはそうですが、しかしあまりに意味がありません。そのようなことをしてもシローには何ら得るものがないのではありませんか。
That's not entirely true, and I wouldn't mind if it were. I've decided to spend the day with you, Saber, so don't worry about me. We're going to go out to town, and that's that. Nothing you say will change my mind, Saber. I look her straight in the eye. Saber ponders for a while, looking serious.
では、私が反対した場合でも、シローは一人で街に出ると。
That's a weird form of logic. Yep, I'm definitely going, and everything I spent all night thinking about will have been, or everything I spent all night thinking about will have been a waste.
それでは、私が付き添わないわけにはいきません。 サーバントとしてマスターを一人にすることはできないのですから。
I mean, you almost died like what, 5 times now? I'm not gonna let a sickness happen again, you fucking moron. After taking a deep breath, Saber answers in her usual manner. Okay, that could have gone better, but at least I managed to convince her to come out. I mean, she didn't say she was bisexual yet, but sure. I shouldn't sweat the small stuff at this point.
いってらっしゃい。お土産よろしくね。
As we step outside, I make a rude gesture to Tosakas, and she made fun of me since she made fun of me until the very end.
それで、具体的にはこれからどうするのですか、シロー。
Well, let's just head to the neighboring town. We'll catch the bus at the intersection. The hilly path is unusually quiet. It's a little past 9 in the morning on a weekday, and the town is starting to come alive. But it must be a little early to be heading out somewhere. There's no one on the road. It's like we have the road to ourselves. Now that I think about it, I don't feel guilty about skipping school anymore. I've been cooped up in the house these past few days.
当然でしょう。シローはマスターなのですから、おいそれと出歩く方がおかしいのです。
Saber's tone is sharp. You know how many times I almost changed you to your fucking room? Saber following behind me is nothing new, but it feels different today. I feel this immense pressure directed at me, and that's putting it mildly. I can tell Saber is going to be tough to handle. We get on the bus. It would have been stuffed with people about an hour ago, but there's only a handful of people using it now. The only people on the bus are old women and with children, and so it feels like we have the place to ourselves. Saber, let's sit in the very back. I call out to Saber, who for some reason tries to sit in the front of the bus, and lead her to the wide seat at the back. Wow, I don't remember the CG being a thing. Saber quietly looks out over the passing scenery. I steal a glance at her and realize how crazy I am for what I'm trying to do today. Taking the bus to a nearby town is an ordinary thing for me. But here, in this ordinary place, something extraordinary is happening. Or, well, I find myself questioning whether I'm actually doing this whole date thing, and my mind starts spinning and whirling like some complex cube puzzle. Ah! Crap, I'm getting really nervous. It's kind of getting out of control. I take a deep breath and calm myself so Saber won't notice. But then, and I know this is stupid, I take another look at Saber. Gah. My heart skips a beat. I hardly recognize Saber as she sits next to me. Or, well, no, it's less that I don't recognize it's less that I don't recognize her than it is the situation itself is unrecognizable. It makes me realize that she is something else. She is different. I didn't realize it when we were at home. This ordinary, everyday life seems to be like it has become something entirely new and different just because Saber is here. Her golden blonde hair, her green eyes, those alone are enough to make her overwhelmingly beautiful. It hadn't really crossed my mind since I never had much to compare her to. I remember the first time I met Saber. I must have been avoiding her because I was too embarrassed to admit that I was admiring her. No matter what Saber says, to me she's a girl before she's a girl before she's a woman. I don't know how to react to her. I didn't understand my feelings for her. I have to admit, I know I sound stupid. I've developed trust and affection for Saber, past the point of no return, and now I've decided to go on a date with her. The order of events is all backwards. Now as I get off the bus, I realize what a big deal it is to go on a date with a girl I like. But that's okay. I can only give it my all, so I can't very well take it all back and cower in fear now. So Shiro does that thing guys try to do in the movies where they stretch their arms and try to sneakily wrap it around the girl. I calm myself and try to shake off my ridiculous apprehension. The bus crosses the bridge and drives towards the development area and its masses of tall buildings. I breathe out, almost whistling and readying myself. The familiar bus announcement tells us that we're now arriving at Shinto Station. It's only 9 in the morning, but the area around the station is already busy. Most of the shops don't open until around 10 o'clock, but cafes and smaller bookshops are starting to open up. There are already more people here than you'd expect in Miyama, even if it were a weekend. We get off the bus, and Saber looks around the area, displeased. I don't blame her. She hasn't really agreed to the whole date thing, and everyone is staring at her now. I doubt she loves that. Crap, I should have figured this might happen if I brought Saber here in the morning. But this discomfort is bound to follow us around all day. The only cure for this I can think of is Saber enjoying herself so much she forgets all the awkwardness. All right, I smack my fist in my hand and look over at Saber, and she looks back at me like I'm turning into like I'm going insane. Saber, before we start, is there anywhere you'd like to go? We came all the way here, so we can do whatever you want today.
さあ、別にこれといって興味のある場所はありませんから。そもそも私にそのような選択をする知識はありません。
Are you sure? Well, this is going to be tough. Then I really do just have to wing it. If you don't want to go anywhere, and I don't know where to go, things are looking kind of grim.
まさかとは思うのですが、何の計画も立てていないのですか、シロ。
That's exactly what he's saying, Saber. Well, I have some plans, but they're a little light on details. For the time being, let's just hit up as many shops as we can. That's kind of hard too. I know some stores I'd enjoy, but I have no idea what girls like. Because, you know, girls are all this... girls are just this amorphous mass that share one mind. Honestly, if I'd known this would happen to me someday, I'd have been smart to go out with a girl from class at least once.
まったく反論するわけではありませんが、シロはどうかしています。休憩を取ろうという考えはまだいい。ですが、その休憩すら明確な予定を立てていないとは何事ですか。
Crap, now Saber's in lecturing mode. This is the first time she's ever given me such an earful outside the dojo. She wasn't into this from the start, and I figured all the people staring at her wouldn't help. But I didn't realize it'd be this bad.
かねてからあなたの見積もりの甘さには一言したかったのです。あなたは周りのことは目に入ってるくせに、どうも自身に対する扱いが存在です。結果、齟齬を埋めるためにあなた自身が対価を払わなくてはならなくなる。と聞いているのですか、シロ。
I am. Bottom line is that I don't understand. Is that you don't understand why you're here, right, Saber? I know the place I'm going to take you will bore. The places I'm going to take you will bore you, so I don't blame you for not liking it.
いえ、そういうことではなく、私は今はこのようなことをしている場合ではないと。
I know that, but I'm not. But I'm also ignoring that since I've already decided to spend all day with you on a date, Saber. I'm not going to change my mind, no matter what you say. That's that. I look straight at Saber. The only thing Saber can do is look back at me in shock. But if you have something to say, I'll at least hear you out. I'm sure you have things to say, and I'd appreciate it. And I appreciate it if you told me now. That way we won't have to worry about holding back later on. If you say you don't want to go on a date with me, I'll think of something else we can do.
いえ、何もそこまでする必要はないと言いますか。私はその。
It's odd seeing Saber at a loss for words. Well, if you have nothing to say, then let's go. You don't have to get mad. You don't have to get mad about where we go, since you don't have any requests. Maybe we should go to an aquarium. I hear those are popular. That sounds good. So I grab Saber's hand.
シロ、文句はありませんが、何も手をつかむ必要はないのではありませんか。
Huh? Well, we're wasting time here, so we're going to run a bit, and I'll guide you to where we're going. So follow me and don't let go.
いえ、こんな状態では その
Because even when he gets it, he still has to be dense as a brick. I start running without waiting for Saber's reply. I've been pretty clear with Saber, so no more being pathetic in front of her. For now, I just need to escort her to every place I can think of. Saber's hand and mine, I run through the crowd. Apparently, Saber's given up resisting, as she's just following obediently. It's a little before 10 o'clock. We have 2 hours until lunchtime, so I'm going to make the most of that and really knock Saber's socks off. Those 2 hours were like a storm. First, we tried a bouquet I normally never go to. Then we tried our hand at bowling while I taught her the rules. I couldn't find the aquarium, but we fed birds at the park. For a moment, I thought that was Arkwood from Tsukihime. Like, what the fuck? We visited at an interesting antique shop at the end of... and that ended up being a lot of fun. And I maintain that not going to the movie theater was the right choice. Anyway, I spent the whole time taking her places as I figure a girl might like. And it was 2 hours before... and it was 2 hours of failure and defeat. However, I tried to spin it. The day wasn't really shaping up to be a date. It felt more like a battle to the death, in which the first person to give up loses. Whenever I look at Saber, she acted exactly like she always has done. Once in a while, she would fall so quiet, I would start to worry if she was truly angry. Her lack of reaction made it clear she was not having fun, which pushes me to try even harder each time. And so I ran around the city, desperate to make Saber smile. But noon came before I actually accomplished anything. And with Saber's reminder that it's lunchtime, I decided to take a short break. However, what is this place? I can't help but blurt it out as we sit down.
昼食なら川沿いの喫茶店がおすすめよ。
That was the only advice Tosaka gave me last night. So I did it, she suggested and picked this restaurant, but I never imagined it would be so pretentious. I take a look at the menu. Luckily, the menu has Japanese translations next to all its foreign text, so I can at least figure out what all the dishes are. The problem is that I've never seen The problem is I never even heard of any of the dishes, and the prices are outrageous. Where are we, on Mars or something? I have no idea what to order. I stare at the menu and growl.
シロ、ここには昼食をとるために立ち寄ったのではないのですか?
Saber looks and sounds a little concerned. Yeah, but this is really not what I expected. I look up, and what I see is Saber looking like a cornered rabbit. Saber?
落ち着かないのなら、今だけでも屋敷に戻りましょう。シロが用意してくれるものの方が私は好みです。
Does that mean you want to go home?
いえ、屋敷に帰りたいわけではなくですね。今日はひどく緊張したので、普段より疲れてしまったのです。
Really? Oh, I thought about going back out after we had lunch and a bit of a break. But if you're tired, maybe we should take a longer break here.
まさかそのようなことはありません。疲れたというのは語弊がありました。正しくはですね。
What's the word I'm thinking about right now? Exasperated? Saber stops. Fortunately, I'm the only one who hears the faint squeak of her stomach. She could have just told me she was hungry.
申し訳ありません。つまり昼食は早めにしてもらえると助かるということです。
Every Saber man. Got it. Yeah, it may not be interesting, but let's order whatever looks okay here as we... let's order whatever looks okay here so we can get our food quick. It should be easy if a light snack is all we need. I order 2 things that seem like lunch dishes and we quickly eat. While I'm drinking my after-meal coffee, blech, I start thinking about what to do in the afternoon. What I learned this morning is that physical stuff like bowling is no good. Saber is extremely competitive. That in itself is good, but Saber looks already. But Saber's looks already draw enough attention, and when she gets like that, well, she stands out even more. She keeps obliterating the bowling alley. We went through 3 we went through 3 different bowling alleys before deciding to quit. After we finished the game, Saber got sulky because of all the attention she drew. So we're going to avoid physical activities. Hey Saber, I'm going to ask you again. Is there anywhere you want to go?
私にですか？いえ、特にはありません。私ではわかりませんから、このままシロにお任せします。
Saber lifts her teacup as she speaks. She ordered black tea to have after her meal, and it seems she enjoys its flavor. I hardly serve black tea at home, and even if I did, it'd be cheap tea bags. It'd just be cheap tea bags. Saber must not have been satisfied with the drinks I've been serving at home, since it looks like she prefers black tea. Well, I should be more mindful of that starting tonight. Saber isn't doing much. She's just drinking her tea. She doesn't seem particularly happy, but she doesn't exactly look bored either. I guess she's just being Saber. As sunlight pours in through the window, Saber sits up straight, gracefully sipping her teacup. It's the first time I've seen her do this, but it seems so natural. It's like I've seen it a million times before. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Saber, at least as I know her, is always serious. It's only focused on wielding her sword, on fighting. Oh, I get it. It's only natural. I only think of her as the girl who takes up her sword. The moment she sets her sword aside, Saber is always calm and gentle. The scene doesn't feel new or unnatural to me because it's just her being who she is. No matter how skilled a swordsman she is, Saber is just being normal. Or wielding her sword isn't what makes her exceptional. I once thought that I was dreaming that. While I was dreaming that she was suited for fighting. I don't think I'm wrong there. No matter how great her sword, no matter how great her sword skills are, no matter how many battlefields she's been on, as long as she was really herself, she couldn't have found the battlefield to be a comfortable place to be. That's why this is how it's supposed to be. Saber is not wielding a sword. She is just resting and unwinding. She belongs in the serene setting. Nothing changes in the afternoon. I take her to every shop I can think of, and Saber follows quietly. At least it's not as awkward as earlier in the morning. Either I'm getting used to the situation, or Saber's given up. She's still quiet, but the more I watch her, the more I notice she looks either angry or not angry, which is really confusing. Whenever I see Saber coming out of a store looking excited, I feel the sense of accomplishment. It really makes me happy. Then, after a careful consideration of what Saber might like, I'm not certain, but I determined this is the shop likely to please Saber. Saber stands in front of the store, mouth agape. I'm not sure if her shoulders are trembling because she's angry or excited. I just can't tell. Do you think I'm a toddler or something, you fucking moron? I hear this is the biggest stuffed animal shop up in town. I've never been here since men aren't allowed. Obviously, it's not that men aren't allowed in the store. It's just that most of the customer base are girls, so there is this unspoken rule about men not going inside. Besides, there are only girls in the store right now. Saber, with her beautiful blonde hair, is drawing attention, while I'm drawing glares from being a guy. They must all be trying to keep me out of their sanctuary. I can't agree more. Even I don't think guys should be in a store like this. Toxic masculinity. Well, we've come all the way here, so don't hold back. Let's take a look around. And do you have a favorite animal, Saber?
主に獅子やヒョウなどは愛らしいと思っているのですが、おかしいでしょうか?
I mean, she already said as much. I find myself turning away and fighting not to laugh. I'm not sure why Saber liking lions is strange.
シロ、今の行為は不自然です。何か言われのない怒りを覚えるのですが、私の気のせいでしょうか?
You know, I can bring out my sword whenever I want, right? No, sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. A lion is just so perfect for you.
人の趣味を笑うのは良くないことです、シロ。それに、ライオンも悪くありません。
And I said I'm sorry. To make it up to you, I'll take you somewhere good, so don't get mad. I try to fight down my laughter and walk into the store. Let's see. It looks like stuffed animal toys. Looks like the stuffed animal toys are over there. And it takes about an hour to get from one end of the store to the other. I watch in silence as Saber stares at the stuffed animals, while I worry about the dozen or so sets of prying eyes staring at me from around the store. I've never been so exhausted in my life as I am today. The terrifying thing is that we've only made it through half of the store. Saber frequently is paralyzed. That is, she often stops to stare at a stuffed animal. Even after all this time, we're only halfway through the store. Saber seems very interested in the other half of the store, so I guess I'll just hang around while she does what she wants here.
シロ、どうしたのです？ため息をついて。歩き通して疲れてしまったとか。
Yeah, I'm just a little tired. I usually don't get tired so easily, but today it's special. I guess I should be careful about doing things I'm not used to doing. I heave a sigh. I don't mind people staring at us when we're just walking around, but I'm uncomfortable with it when we're in this girly shop. When you're mentally drained, the first part of your body that feels it is your legs. What about you, Saber? This must be your first time in a store like this. Let me know if you get tired.
確かに私も落ち着きませんが、シローの方が居心地が悪そうです。ここだけではなく、先ほどの店もその前の店でもそうでした。まさかとは思うのですが、シローは自分で行きたくない場所を選んでいるのではないですか?
Suddenly, those words dispel all the worries and mental exhaustion I felt earlier. Yeah, honestly, I might have chosen a bunch of places I wouldn't normally go.
やはりどうかしています、シロー。慣れないと分かっていて、なぜこのような場所ばかり選ぶのです。それではあなたが。
It's the sort of place girls like, right? I was the one who made you come out with me, and it's your day. Besides, it's not so bad since you're with me. I'm with a beautiful. Since you're with me, I'm with a beautiful girl. So I don't look completely out of place. All the stairs directed at me aside.
何をバカな。武装していなくても私はサーバントです。いかに非戦闘時だからといって私を女性扱いする必要はありません。普段通りサーバントとして扱ってください。
You're the one being absurd. You are a girl. I'm not trying to treat you differently today, unless you feel like I am. She's bewildered. Saber's mouth hangs open, as if she's only just now realizing this.
いえ、同じです。あなたはいつも通りのシローでした。
See, no need to worry about me. So let's keep going. And if we're going to buy your favorite thing in here, we still have to see the other half for the store. I take Saber's hand. She offers no objection as I tug her along.
そうでした。初めからそうだったのに、今になって気がつくなんて。
You always were such a fucking moron. She murmured to herself, sounding dazed. The uncomfortable day passes by in a flurry. Saber never laughs, not once during the whole day, so neither do I. No part of the day was particularly memorable, but neither was there any painfully boring aspect. Basically, nothing significant happened. The way it went, maybe Saber would have been happy if we stayed in the dojo and trained together. But today wasn't all that bad either. Even if it didn't end up being all that exciting, and I should be proud that I at least managed to take Saber around. After the war is over and once everything goes back to normal, I don't want to look back on all this and realize that all the times I spent with Saber was in combat. Even if this entire day was stupid, she needs to spend some time doing something other than fighting, or there's no point in her being here. So yeah, I should be proud of myself. The end is near. When everything is done, and when there's no need to fight anymore, if Saber can look back at this moment, that's enough for me. We walk back home. Just as we were trying to get on the
次
bus,
は歩いていきましょう。
Saber finally voices a preference. The winds are picking up. The brilliant sunset paints the bridge red. That should be one word. Saber notices something, stops, and looks over the bridge to the river. She is looking at a mountain of rubble. I say it's a mountain, but the pile isn't really that high. Steel frames and other things are piled up again, just a little piled up a little below the water level, and it's only slightly disturbing the flow of the river. I don't know what happened, but some boat probably sank. Then pieces of it drifted here. I hear some of the neighboring residents have been complaining, trying to get rid of the pile since it's so unsightly. What is it, Saber? Did that catch your attention?
いえ、まだ残っていたのかと。あれの原因は私ですから。前回の戦いで水上戦を余儀なくされ、ここで宝具を使ってしまった。被害は川を干上がらせただけでしたが、運悪く停泊していた船を巻き込んでしまったのです。
Huh? Struck? With Excalibur? And we know how powerful that thing is.
そうなのですが、幸い乗客はいませんでしたし、被害も大きくなかったんです。川だって今では元通りですし、そう怒らなくともいいではありませんか。私だって反省しているのですから。
I should be more careful. When we use Excalibur, I need to be mindful to use it somewhere where there is a lot of open space, like out here.
シロ、まだ怒っていますか？
Eh? No, I'm not mad. I was just surprised. Plus, it's a reminder that there are still remnants from the previous war. Compared to the wasteland and at the Central Park, the amount of rubble in this river is nothing. Though I get the ship's owner might not have come out that so great.
それはご安心を。船の持ち主には保険が下りたと桐継が言っていましたし、もともと緩衝材にするつもりで船を止めさせたのですから。船体を壁に見立てて宝具の威力を削いだのですね。
Must have been a big boat. Does that mean you destroyed the ship knowing it was there for that purpose?
承知していたわけではありません。あれは桐継が私に黙って用意していたものです。そうですね。桐継には戦いの流れが読めていたのでしょう。船を用意する前のその後も一言も口にしなかったので気がつきませんでしたが。
And then Saber looks down at the river, probably thinking back to that earlier Holy Grail war. The surface of the water glitters with reflected sunlight. The wind coming from the river fluttered Saber's hair. She's so beautiful. Saber, did you have fun today? I'm suddenly scared Saber is going to disappear. So I ask a question, and it's probably better not to voice.
はい。何か言いましたか、シロ。
Never mind. Let's go back. I did. I asked if you have fun today. I hold my breath. Saber looks a little
そうで
confused.
すね。新鮮でないと言えば嘘になります。
Saber says it fondly, like she knows she'll never have another day like this. Which is exactly why I already knew her answer. The only thing left for me to do is nod in agreement, and then walk her home. At the least, things can still go back to normal if I leave it at that. I see. I look at Saber and nod. Then let's come again. We'll have other chances to do something like this. It's maybe a dangerous thing to say. Saber's expression hardens. I think she realizes what I'm trying to say. She looks directly at me and silently shakes her head. There will not be a second time. This happened today, and that's where it will stay. I'm a poet and I don't know it. Why not? I know exactly what Saber's going to say. I know I won't be satisfied with her answer, but I ask anyway.
なぜも何もない。サーバントは戦うために存在するものです。今日のような行為は自らの存在を否定することになる。シローが休憩すべきだと判断したから従いましたが、もうこの先は体を休める必要はないでしょう。残る敵は少ない。シローが命じるなら今すぐにでもランサーを探し出したいほどですが。
She focuses on me, eyes blazing with her fighting spirit. Saber is saying that she can head into battle any time if she's ordered to. And that really sets off my anger. What the hell? Are you really that eager for a fight?
当然でしょう。戦えば戦うほど聖杯に近づくのです。私にとって戦闘は何よりも優先すべきことです。それは素人って分かっているはずですが。
Yeah, I know, and it doesn't make any sense. I've been waiting to tell you. You're contradicting yourself. You keep saying fighting is important, but you never once thought. But you never once thought you wanted to fight. You've got no other choice, so you're just fighting because you're forced to.
そんなことはありません。私は戦闘をためらわない。勝利するためならば手段は選ばないと言ったでしょう。
Yeah, she did say that. That doesn't mean she likes fighting. As long as you can manage, right? Listen, Saber. If all you need to do is defeat the other masters and get the Holy Grail, you would have done that already by attacking innocents like Ryder, but you won't do that.
それは。
It's not that you don't want to involve innocent people. You know very well that people die in battle. That's right. That's why you wanted to minimize the fighting. Once you start fighting, people die, which is why you wanted to end it as quickly as possible. In other words, you're just scared of there being casualties in these battles. Saber's eyes grow wide, like she's seen a ghost, but quickly narrow. She grits her teeth.
違います。私は戦いを怖がってなどいません。
Yeah, you're right. You probably haven't been afraid from the start. But that's only because you've squashed all your own feelings, like fear beneath your duty and dignity as king. And yet you don't want to fight. You were just good at it, but it's not a talent you actually wanted. Look, I'm going to be blunt. You're not fit to fight. You've never wanted to take up the sword in the first place. You're just saying it's what you want as a way to talk yourself into actually doing it. On top of that, why didn't anyone around her, even herself, figure it out and just say something?
シロ、いくらあなたでもそれ以上の侮辱は許しません。
You can't stand it because it's the truth. If you admitted it, you'd never be able to fight again. I hear a grinding sound. Saber is glaring at me, trying to hold back her anger. I can't back down now. I know I'm right. I can't back down. After all, I know her better than she knows herself. I've only known her for 10 days, after all. That's plenty of time to know what the mind of a woman thinks. So you should stop. If you wanted to stop, you know you're not fit to hold a sword, to fight, and so just quit. Stop being a servant and do something that suits you better. It's not too late for her to try and find whatever real human happiness she's always wanted. And for that I would...
バカなことを。私に戦う以外の選択肢などありません。この私は聖杯を手に入れるためだけのものです。王の誓いを守るためにこの身を差し出した。それ以外の自分の使い道など私には許されない。
That's... She's just an object seeking to obtain the Holy Grail. That's what ticked me off the most. Why does she talk like she's trying to convince herself? Everyone around her took her at her word because she kept insisting on stuff like this. You idiot, that's not true. There are plenty of other ways to live your life. You're here in this age now. It's not like back when you were alive. You should try to live your life for yourself. Don't make this mistake of using the Holy Grail. What I say next is what I hope for the most. Forget about the Holy Grail. Don't use it for anyone else. If you're here, you need to live here happily. My ears pick up the sound of the wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't nod. She only looks straight in my eyes.
言葉にはうなずけない。私はあなたに従うと契約した。だが、心まで預けたわけではありません、マスター。
Saber speaks slowly and clearly.
王の誓いは破れない。私には王として果たさなければならない責務がある。アーサー王の目的は聖杯の入手です。それが叶おうとも、私はアルトリアに戻ることはないでしょう。私の望みは初めから一つだけ。剣を手にした時から、この誓いは永遠に変わらないのですから。
What are you talking about? That's not what you really need to do. You will never be rewarded for what you did, and that's wrong. You don't need the Holy Grail. Besides, Saber's wish won't come true. What's already happened can't be changed. Saber, you can't redo something that's already happened, or at least you shouldn't. I know you've already figured that out.
いいえ、決してそんなことは。
Then I'm going to tell you. No matter how bad it ended up, you can't change what's happened. Asking for a do-over just because you didn't get the results you wanted is the way a spoiled kid acts. We're at an impasse. Saber doesn't say anything more, and I don't have any more to say. The sound of the wind stops, or rather, it pauses for a moment. An instant later, it picks back up. Just as I feel the wind on my cheek,
スローなら分かってくれると思っていた。
it becomes a headwind.
今日一日無意に過ごし、言いたかったことはそれだけですか。
Her voice is cold. I hear only rejection in it.
思い上がらないでほしい。あなた程度の人間に私の何がわかるというのです。あなたに私に踏み入る権利などない。戦うなですか。私に守られなければならない未熟なマスターが何を。そのような世まい事を吐くのは一人で戦えるようになってからにしてください。
I'm quickly checking something. I may have screwed up. I may have screwed up and not gotten enough Saber points. No, this isn't just drivel.
自分のことを考えろですって。それは素人で同じではありませんか。あなたは自分の命が感情に入っていない。あなたは私が間違っていると言いますが、あなたの方こそ何かを間違えている。自身より他人を優先するなど死者の考えだ。自身の命の重みも知らない大バカ者がよくもそんなことを言えたものです。
Saber, why you?
に触りましたか。なら、いっそのこと契約を解除しても構いません。どうせあなたは聖杯を必要としていない。あとは私一人でマスターを破り、聖杯を手に入れるだけですから。そんなに戦うのが嫌ならば、あなたは遠くで隠れていればいいでしょう。
Saber, are you serious? My voice trembles. My teeth are rattling. I'm angrier than I realized.
私の目的は聖杯だけ。それ以外のことなど余計だ。シロ、それはあなたも例外ではありません。
I struggle to breathe. I try to fight the blackness encroaching on my vision and try to get my heart beating again. You idiot! Fine, if you're that eager to fight, go do it yourself. I don't care anymore. I can't keep my emotions under control. I yell out some sort of lame excuse, then turn and run. I run away from her. And for that instant, I think I see Saber just standing there, dumbfounded. Damn it! I just run. I don't know why I'm mad, only that I am. So I run in a fit of rage. I grip my teeth. Honestly, I'm getting dizzy just thinking back to what she said. I'm so unfocused, I might run into a pole or something. Well, it would be easy if I could do that. If I was only angry at Saber, I should have taken it out on her like an idiot and just been done with it. But something else has caused my fit of rage. I'm not mad at Saber. I'm so frustrated that I keep running and don't allow myself to catch my breath because I know I'm a spineless good-for-nothing. Saber just stands there gaping at me. I hear her faintly, just as the wind changed directions. Damn it! The hell I would know that, you idiot! I immediately regret my words and nearly trip. What do those words mean? They had sounded like parting words, but also like she'd been about to cry. Now that I think back, that was probably the only honest thing she'd said. She'd hung her head as she muttered that to me. Her voice was a mixture of expectation, disappointment, and pleading. Then, who was the betrayer, and who was the betrayed? I think we might be safe. Because it wouldn't go. It wouldn't go this long before we hit a bad ending. I run into my room and slam the sliding door. I flop onto the floor, arms and legs splayed. I'm tired of standing. I just want to lie down and go right to sleep. But even when I lie down, my body's on fire. My heart feels like it's about to burst, and my lungs are desperate to take in oxygen. I run back here at full speed, not even pausing once, so I can blame my body for the discomfort. I feel like I still haven't to run enough, but my body is telling me to slow down. It takes a bit, but I manage to calm down. I take a deep breath, hold it, then release it. After my breathing calms down, there's just one thing left swirling my head. And it's a simple question. What am I really angry about? It's not really something I need to think about. I was running because I know I'm helpless. I can't help Saber. It's so frustrating. I'm angry with myself. I can't do anything. I said I was going to make her smile. I've decided to protect Saber, but I couldn't do anything, and that's making me so angry. But what can I do? If Saber doesn't even want happiness, there's no point in someone else trying to get involved. That's why I tried to help Saber find happiness on her own. But she told me those efforts were futile, even called me an idiot. A fool who doesn't even know the value of his own life, huh? But what do I do with all that? I value my life, and I don't want to do anything to end it. And my life is, and my life has nothing to do with Saber. Bringing my circumstances into this wasn't fair. No matter how stupid I am, I know for sure that Saber's wrong. But when she outright rejects me like that, there's not really anything I can do. Damn, she can do whatever the hell she wants. I roll over and lay flat on my face. Now all I see is the tatami mat, so I might as well close my eyes and empty my mind. I don't care what happens to Saber. If the Holy Grail is so important, then she can just marry it. Good Lord. If she's just going to be stubborn after I told her this so many times, I should just stay out of it, or I'll end up getting burned. Actually, I might not get out of that mess with only a burn. I might actually get really hurt. The hell? I've already gotten hurt. This is worse than just getting burned. I met her, fought with her multiple times, and to survive, I saw into the depths of her heart at a moment of incredible intimacy. I remember her heat, the light deep inside her. I don't know why I'm remembering this right now. There's a faraway grassy field, memories of a girl left behind. The moment I think back to that beauty, nothing matters anymore. What Saber says doesn't matter. You're just a thing to fight? Then don't expose your own weaknesses before crying out loud. Saber is just unfair. I don't know what exactly is unfair about her, but I know something is. Angry as I am, I can't hate her. The more I want to forget her, the harder it gets. It's all tangled up. Damn, so the person who falls in love just gets screwed over? But I can't help it. I can't give up no matter how many times she tells me it's useless. I just have to see it through to the end. I remember her face there, on the verge of tears. Does that mean... Will she make that face every time I do something like this? But I can't. No matter what happens, I can't agree. I'm going to keep doing this, even if I am wrong. If she's really important to me, I'll never apologize to her. I think I hear a sound. I'm not sure when the sun set, but the room's gone dark. The ticking of the clock is getting annoying.
いつまで寝ぼけてるのよ。いい加減起きてもらわないと困るんだけど。
Huh?
だから起きなさいって。もう10時過ぎよ。ご飯を食べさせろってイリアがうるさいんだから、起きて相手をしてあげなさい。
But specifically, I'm hungry. Make me food. She sounds upset. I snap to full wakefulness. It's past 10? I jump up.
そう。正確には22時17分。夕飯の時間にしては論外ね。
Tosaka stands over me, looking annoyed. Sorry, I fell asleep. I'll be out soon, so wait in the living room.
それはいいけど、シロ、セイバーは？
Huh? She's not here. She's not here. I guess the dojo or the living room?
シロ、私はセイバーがいないから聞いてるの。
Tosaka is serious, and I instantly realize what that means. Don't tell me she hasn't come back yet?
ちょっとシロ、帰ってきてないってどういうことよ。
Tosaka runs out of the room after me. There's no time to explain. I ignore Tosaka's yelling behind me and I rush outside. The town is quiet. Just like yesterday, there's absolutely nobody around. I don't have the patience to think about about how odd that is. Saber hasn't come home yet. This might be the bad end. I actually don't blame her. We had a huge argument. She said she was going to fight alone. Knowing her, she'd do it too. Saber is nowhere to be found. I don't remember this part of the game too well. I can't find her. That might mean she's actually fighting Lancer, the final servant, as we speak. But I head straight to one more place. The air near the river is cold. The night is chilly, and when I passed the park, it was so cold the entire place felt like it was covered in frost. My cheeks and ears sting with the cold, and my breath mists white. If it's that cold in the park, I can't imagine how absolutely freezing it's going to be on the bridge, and the wind with the wind blowing up from the river. There, I see her. Okay, we might be okay. We might be okay. She's right where she'd been standing when I ran away. Saber leans on the rail and just gazes out over the water. Maybe she's following the sun, which is long set. She's staring off into the distance, her eyes fixed on a red horizon that's long since vanished. And that's when I realize Saber is strong, but she's weak too. Her dignified appearance is just her way of trying to prove that she can get by without anyone's help. But at the same time, she's so fragile she might slip through my fingers if I reach for her. She can't do things alone, but she will probably keep that front up until the very end. So, just like me, she's been staring up at the unreachable stars. All she does is look at the setting sun, as if it's all she knows how to do. I can't leave her alone. If our argument needs a loser, then it's unquestionably me. It's led to me swearing never to let her make that face again. I step out onto the bridge. Saber doesn't seem to hear my footsteps. I approach without a word and lean on the rail next to Saber. Saber, you're going to catch cold out here. She jumps in surprise. Saber finally notices me.
Shiro.
She turns towards me. What are you doing out here at this hour? You didn't come home. Tasaka was worried.
そうですか。それは悪いことをした。
It's fine, but why are you here? Well, it was at least easy to find you since you stayed in the same place.
はい。ここにいたのはまだ行き先が決まっていなかったからです。
Okay, I think I'm okay. I think we're okay.
シロは勝手にしろと言ったでしょう。ですから勝手にしようと思ったのです。けれど何をするべきか、何をしたいのか、どこに行きたいのか思い浮かばず、ずっとどこに行くべきかを考えていました。
And it's all your fault, shithead. I realized all the cussing I was doing with Foulmouth Saber was like old fuck words. She sounds like a lost child. Saber doesn't look me in the eyes as she speaks. Maybe she feels guilty. Maybe she does after the fight we had. I can't blame her for thinking I must be angry.
申し訳ありません。リンには世話になったと伝えてください。ランサーを倒し、聖杯を手に入れたのなら、シローの元に戻ります。ですからそれまで。
Is she saying that she intends to wander around alone without anywhere to go home to? That idiot. What are you talking about? You have a place to come home to. There's food and a bed for you there.
ですが、シローはもう私のことなど知らないと。
Yeah, that's because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, I have no idea what you're going to do next. I say that, and then I take her hand.
シロー。
Let's go home. You being a servant doesn't mean you won't catch a cold if you stay out here in the cold for so long. Come on, let's go home and eat something warm.
ですが私は。
And I'm going to say this, but I'm not going to apologize. If you have any complaints, tell me now. I'm crude about it, but I try to avoid her gaze. She stares at me, confused. Saber looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. Maybe that works in my favor. She doesn't say anything. She just follows me in silence, holding my hand. We head across the bridge into the park. It's 11 o'clock. There's nobody in the park, but it's packed with plenty of decorations, like fountains and streetlights. I walk briskly. Saber's steps are sluggish. She stood on the bridge for more than 5 hours. She must have been freezing and tired. When I tug her on her hand, she occasionally stumbles like she's about to fall down. Saber, do you want me to walk slower? You don't seem well. I turn toward her as I speak.
いえ、体はとても元気です。ただリンの言葉に踊らされるわけではありませんが、こうして手をつないでいると本当に合いびきのようだなと。
We're holding hands. How scandalous. Eh? And just like that, my face turns bright, hot red. I guess I should let your hand go. That is, if you don't like it.
いいえ、私もこうしている方がいいです。シローの手は温かくて安心します。
And there our conversation ends. I resume heading home, just to cover my embarrassment. Saber follows in silence. I'm not even sure how much farther it is to the house. A little embarrassed by the warmth of our clasped hands, we both leave the park. A lot's happened today. But we're ending the day with warmth like this. Hell, I'll change religion and thank the priest who, indirectly as he may be, allowed this moment to happen. Of course, the second I think that... Oh shit. We run into someone we never should have. The elation I'd felt vanished and my mind goes blank. Goosebumps cover my body. Yeah, so we are safe, I think. And I realize I've forgotten how to breathe. Saber, standing behind me, probably feels the same. She grips my hand tightly in her own. The same way I feel a sense of impending death. Saber feels the inevitable despair. Ew! The man in gold. The unidentified heroic spirit who annihilated Castor's bone soldiers and even took out Castor with barely any effort. Now that monster stands in front of us. He's so close. We're at exactly the right distance to begin slashing at each other at any moment. Death looms in front of us, even more than when we face Berserker. Archer stifles a laugh. He's not even looking at me. Saber is his only focus. He admires her like she is a piece of art. Saber's demeanor changes. She must have made up her mind. She's already determined the man in front of us is an enemy, while I've hardly moved a muscle.
何としても衝撃だけは防ぎます。その隙にあなただけは離脱してください。それがどれほど困難かは分かっていますが、あのサーバント相手ではそれが精一杯なのです。
I can hear the apology in her voice for not being able to do more. Even someone as powerful as Saber can only block his first attack. My chances for getting away from this guy are slim at best. Saber is asking me to forget her for what is about to forgive her for what is about to happen. She probably knows there's no way for her to defeat the man in gold. I can't let her do that. This is different than when we fought Berserker. I know, though I don't have proof, that making Saber fight the servant can only end badly. Actually, I do have proof. I know from seeing his noble phantasm last night. Saber can't beat him right now. This is not a matter of her skills as a knight. It's not even the right way to look at this. No heroic spirit, so long as they remain a heroic spirit, can beat the man in gold. No, you're the one who's going to run, Saber. I cover Saber and face Archer.
Oh, そうか。マスターがいたのだったな。あまりのみすぼらしさゆえ、 犬か何かだと思ったぞ。
He smiles cheerfully. He raises an arm and lazily snaps his fingers. I feel sick. I need to leave right now or I'm dead. There's no rhyme or reason. I just know instinctively that this guy will kill me for standing in front of him like this. Go, Saber. We're near the church. The priest there should be able to shelter you even from him. I push Saber away and start running, trying to escape the death that I can only hope is inevitable. There is no plan here. I'm just going to risk it all and run straight at this guy. Then I'm going to project Saber's sword again, just like when we fought Berserker. I'm blown back. What just happened? The moment he snapped his fingers, something appeared right in front of me. Ow! It's a giant hammer. It knocks me aside like a piece of trash and I slam hard into the ground. Ah! I can't move. My body is completely useless, like my bones have turned to jelly. I've lost my sensation and the sensation in all my limbs. The pain is so dull, I can't even tell if I'm still alive.
殺しはせん。今ここで貴様を潰せばセイバーも消えてしまうからな。不本意ではあるが聖杯を呼ぶまでは生かしておいてやろう。
The man laughs. I try to push myself up, but my body won't listen.
だが思い上がるなよ雑種。貴様なぞいなくともサーバントを存命させる方法はある。単に今の状態が最も手がかからぬだけだ。それ以上さえずるのなら。
And then my mind goes blank. He will kill me. If I make even a single move, he will just do what he said he would. He will do just what he said he would. I can't possibly move after that kind of warning. Saber tries to run toward me.
どこに行く？邪魔者はいなくなったのだ。お前が向かうべきはそのようなクズではなかろう。
The man in gold won't allow it. He stands in front of me and waits for Saber to reach me. Saber stops and glares at him. The two stand about 10 meters apart. I don't know about Archer, but Saber can close that distance in a heartbeat.
その様子ではまだ俺に下る気はないようだな。理解に苦しむ。お前ほどの英霊ならば、俺に選ばれることがどれほどの価値かわかろうに。
Ew.
よまいごと英霊になろうと私は王だ。貴様の軍門になど下らぬ。
そうか？いかに王であろうと、お前は女だ。主の前に頭を垂れ、仕え尽くすが女の幸せであろう。だというのに何を拒む？まさか物もわからぬ小娘でもあるまいし、俺の女になるのは恐ろしいか。
Ladies and gentlemen, the personification of toxic masculinity.
貴様。
そう憤るな。俺は奪うだけではない。等しく喜びも与えよう。俺のものになるというのならば、文字通りこの世のすべてを与えてやる。誇るがいい。お前にはそれだけの価値があると認めたのだ。
Again, ew! The man moves. He extends both arms and approaches Saber, as if in a welcoming embrace.
そう。守護者になどなることもなく、死にゆく運命に戻ることもない。もう一度だけ言うぞ、セイバー。このまま俺のものになれ。この世界で 共に二度目の生を謳歌しようではないか。
断る。そのようなことに興味はないし、何より貴様と共に生きるなどまかり間違ってもありえません。
Saber looks straight at Archer as she speaks. She stands firm, not taking so much as a step back. His laughter suddenly stops. I'm not sure what he found so funny in the first place.
いいぞ。それでこそ俺の見込んだ女よ。はあ、この世に一つ程度は俺に従わぬ者がいなければな。
Ow!
よし。では力ずくだ。聖杯を手に入れた後、その身に中身をぶちまけてやろう。喜べよセイバー。そうなればマスターなど不要となる。万能の器である聖杯、その力すべてを飲み干すのだからな。サーバントなどと人間の使い魔に甘んじることもなくなるだろう。
He's so damn smug. To that,
アーチャー、貴様の目的は何だ？
she must have realized that the only option is to fight him. And before she engages with the enemy, she wants to know why he does what he does.
目的か？さあ、何だったか。あいにくこの世の財はすべて手に入れた身でな。望むものなどとうにない。
聖杯を求めてはいないというのか？
聖杯？ああ、不老不死か。そんなものは蛇にくれてやった。
不老不死を蛇に譲った。
Saber freezes. What just happened? Saber suddenly shakes her head to refute those words.
だがこの世界は面白いぞ。根本は変わらぬが、装飾もここまで来れば別物だ。これならば再びこの世で君臨するのも悪くない。そうだな。俺の目的といえばそんなところか。それを効率よく進めるというのであらば、聖杯の力も悪くはないな。
支配欲か。見下げ果てたな、アーチャー。そんなことのために聖杯を欲するとは。
欲するのではない。世の財はすべて我のもの。自分のものを他人に使われるのが我慢ならんだけよ。お前とてその政権を人に使われては腹立たしいだろう。騎士王よ。
Pale mist shrouds Saber. And then in a flash, she's wearing her brilliant silver armor.
ほう。
He doesn't move a muscle. In the next instant, Saber dashes forwards. In the space of a single breath, she rushes straight at the man and swings her invisible sword at him with deadly speed. Saber goes flying backwards. If Saber's armor materialized by magical energy, Archer's must be the same. In the brief space of her rapid exchange, the man in gold arms himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer as she readies her sword. Even as his eyes meet hers, his sneer remains.
よいぞ。歯向かうことを許す、セイバー。
The enemy happily announces the beginning of the battle. A white light bursts in the air between them. Saber's sword, shrouded in a bolt of lightning, cleaves directly towards the Golden Knight. 1, 2, 3, 4 strikes. Each time Saber's sword strikes, blinding light flashes from the contact. Watching her repeat her repeated attacks is like staring at a strobe light. It's just like when I first saw Saber, that night when she fought Lancer. Excuse me. Saber channels her excess magical energy into her sword and strikes with such speed and precision that she all but becomes a lightning bolt. The clang of sword against armor echoes through the air. Archer hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. As Saber's sword strikes at him, he barely manages to defend his head with both hands. He simply doesn't have the skill to block Saber's attacks. Saber's skill with the sword is vastly superior to his. On top of that, his sword is invisible. Even if Archer draws his weapon, he won't be able to defend against an invisible blade. It strikes his armor relentlessly. The sword hits the armor, chipping away at it and sending sparks showering in all directions. The only thing the man can do is ward Saber's blows from his face with his hands. This isn't a fight. It's a massacre. But, in spite of the fury of Saber's attacks, Archer's armor remains intact. If he's still unscathed even after such a savage assault, that golden armor must be his noble phantasm.
さすがにこれ以上はまずいか。相変わらず底なしの魔力よな。俺の鎧がきしみを上げるんだ。そうあり得ることではないのだが。
Archer raises his arm, but not towards Saber. I have no idea what he's trying to do, but Saber just stretches his arm up into the empty night sky. Am I hallucinating? Is this an illusion? He has something in his hand. It's a short sword, shaped like a key. He's a Keyblade Master! No, that was Saber. Saber plans both feet to unleashing a much more powerful attack against Archer, but Archer bats it aside with his dark red sword. Saber puts some distance between herself and Archer, glaring at his sword. The enemy wielding such a weapon is a threat, no question. But it also means he's showing his hand. Whether this noble phantasm is armor or his sword, we'll be able to figure out how to deal with it as long as we can see it. Saber readjusts her stance. Saber's already said his armor is at its limit. Archer's already said his armor is at his limits. If Saber can go back on the offensive with the same fury as before, she should be able to cut through his armor. Even if he pulls out his noble phantasm now, the next blow will decide the match. The sword in her hand is still invisible. She readies her sacred sword, still bound up in swirling wind, and faces her enemy. Saber seems to know that what that noble phantasm is. She puts that distance between them because she knows how to deal with it. She readies herself to face Archer directly. Each of them wields a sword, and their powers are equal. And if their powers are equal, then it's a matter of the wielder's skill. And that would mean Saber will win.
その件に免じ俺の全てを見せてやる。
The man laughs. Saber charges without hesitation. Her sword will cleave through his armor. The very instant I think that,
ゲートオブバビロン。
an invisible door opens behind the man. Saber jerks to one side. Archer holds something else in his hand now, not a black and red sword. It's an invisible sword, like Saber's. By the time Saber deflects it, Archer already has a different sword. His sword strikes at her in a merciless. His sword strikes at her in a merciless rain of ice shards. Saber twists away to dodge, but the air around her becomes almost solid with flying blades. She's driven back as the blades close in on her from all sides. As the shards clinging to Saber vanish, her enemy holds a deadly-looking weapon that resembles the Grim Reaper's scythe. Saber blocks the weapon arching at her neck with a gauntlet, but it's useless. The scythe shears through her gauntlet like it's a tissue paper and begins to drain her magical energy. It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her blood or flesh. Saber stumbles, but she manages to keep it together. But her retreat takes on a different note. She's not distancing herself to prepare for her next attack. She's desperately fleeing the enemy. Saber glares at Archer as she passes magical energy through her numbed arm. A halo of hilts floats around Archer. Those are the swords that slaughtered Castor. His notable phantasm. Now it's backing Saber into a corner. Yep. Even I, looking from a distance, can't believe what I'm seeing. All those hilts floating behind them are definitely his noble phantasm. Not 10, not 20. I can't see them all, but I can see there's no end to them. They're all from different times and places. That servant has all the divine mysteries that have ever been mentioned in various legends and lore. Saber's voice trembles. No servant would ever reveal their true name because someone asks. But Archer's noble phantasm is so bizarre, Saber couldn't help but ask. And then there's people like Perseus who have like 5.
そのように際限なく宝具を持つ英霊など存在するはずがない。
存在するはずがない。それは早計だな、セイバー。英霊は生前用いた武器を宝具とする。ならば単純な話ではないか。この宝具はすべて俺が生前に集めたものということではないか。
私を侮っているのか、アーチャー。それこそ絶対にありえない。あなたが何者であろうと他の英霊たちのシンボルたる宝具を揃えられるはずがない。そのような英霊はこの世界に存在しない。
Saber's right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. There are demonic swords from northern Europe, and even from South America. No hero ever made a name for themselves in so many regions. Besides Lancer should only be the one with Guy Bolg. Heroic spirits have their favorite weapon they use during their life as their noble phantasm. Based on that rule, the only one who can have Guy Bolg is Ku Helene. But Archer isn't Ku Helene. And that means the spear can't be Guy Bolg. But the thing is, it definitely is the real Guy Bolg. If those noble phantasms are all fake, that would explain it, but they're real. So that's just... no, wait. Could they all be originals? The weapons prototypes? That seems impossible. But then again, it might be possible. Legend and myth don't spring up from nothing. Plenty of myths share commonalities because someone or something served as the model for them. Legends which get to the point of becoming the basis of worship usually only take root in lands where they are said to take place. That's one of the reasons demonic swords and sacred swords reveal their true abilities in the lands they came from. So let's say there's something from before even that. What if various noble phantasms in mythology existed before they were known and named?
お前のマスターも捨てたものではないな。どうやら俺の正体に心当たりがあるらしい。
Saber turns to face me. She's so far away. I can't help her from so far away. And I've finally gotten to the point where I can move, even if it's still difficult. Run, Saber! His noble phantasms are...
本物だというのだろう。そう、単純な話だセイバー。最も古い時代、まだ世界が一つだった頃の話をしよう。その国は栄え、王はあらゆる財宝を収集した。集められぬものなどなく、足りぬものなどなかった。王は完璧な宝物庫を持ち、その中にある有象無象の武器は使われることなく王と共に眠りについた。要はそれだけの話だ。王の死後、宝物庫の中身は世界に散らばり、名剣であるがゆえに重宝され活躍し、いずれ宝具として扱われた。わかるか騎士王よ。お前たちの扱う宝具とやらは、もともとはその王の持ち物に過ぎないのだ。
It's like an inheritance. As long as you trace an object's history, a base or prototype will always exist. It only makes sense that every legend, myth, or noble phantasm passed down in every country has an original. Far enough back into the past, if one person collected all those prototypes, they could possess every noble phantasm. And that could only be one hero. A hero from the oldest of legends, far older than the legend of King Arthur or Heracles, the tyrant who ruled ancient Mesopotamia, the king who was half god, half human, who collected all the world's treasures and who eventually sought eternal youth.
ギルガメッシュ、人類最後の英雄王。
Yep. The true name finally revealed. They didn't reveal it during Samurai Remnant. Though I have spoken it several times by mistake, and I had to edit it out in post. Saber sounds like she's trying to keep the fear in her voice. The fear from her voice. Gilgamesh relishes her reaction.
いかにもこ この身は貴様らでは叶うべくもない最強の英霊だ。
I'll wait till the end of the scene to read the detail, to read the new thing. There's nothing else to discuss. All that's left now is for him to use his endless noble phantasms to annihilate his enemy.
ほう、我の名を知った上でまだ抗うか。今度こそ勝ち目がないと悟ったはずだが。
やってみなければわかりません。いかに英雄王といえど超えられるものがあるはずだ。
The air around Saber wavers. The wind envelops her as it picks up, becoming a whirlwind to protect her. As it does, her golden sword is revealed. No, Saber! I don't believe this. Does Saber intend to use Excalibur? Gilgamesh stops. He must know how powerful Saber's sacred sword is, because as his self-assured composure falters. Saber glances towards me briefly, but her focus is on Gilgamesh now. She is telling me to run away while I have the opportunity. Is she telling me to run away while I have the opportunity? Gilgamesh's back is to the river, while Saber is over here with me. This position must be the result of our shuffling around earlier. Before I realize what's happening, Saber is facing Gilgamesh, protecting me. No, you can't. Not here. I try to force myself to move, and with all the strength I can muster in my numbed body, all I can manage is lifting a single arm. I use every bit of magical energy in my body to use that arm to push myself up. Come on! I've lost all sensation, but every bone in my body creaks as I begin moving. The pain is a warning. My body is coming apart at the seams, and if I move, that'll be it. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the warning. I try to endure the pain. I don't have time for it. All I need to do is to get my feet as fast as I can, to my feet as fast as I can and protect Saber. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. It's the same premonition I felt when I faced Gilgamesh myself. We can't beat him, no matter what. My instincts keep telling me that I just can't let Saber fight him. The swirling wind has become a raging vortex. Even in the face of that dazzling sword, Gilgamesh is unintimidated. On top of that, he draws a strange sword from the gate behind him. Oh boy. That's where my premonition came from. The sword he has now doesn't exist in any legend. I can identify every one of the noble phantasms floating behind him, but I have no idea about that sword. The sword itself is cylindrical. It consists of 3 segments, each rotating in different directions. It looks like a drill capable of piercing solid bedrock. Light flashes off their weapons. The two of them are still about 10 meters apart. Gilgamesh can't possibly avoid her attacks from that distance.
そう。遠慮することはないぞ。最強と呼ばれるその剣。一度味わってみたくもあった。
His laughter echoes in the space between them. Saber must have taken that as provocation.
いいだろう。ならば我が剣見事受け切ってみるがいい。
Saber moves. Her lips form the sword's true name. There's nowhere to run now. The noble phantasm released when its wielder speaks its name strikes mercilessly at Gilgamesh.
出番。起きるがいい。エア。
The cylindrical sword roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the three segments whirl faster. If Saber's Excalibur summons a whirlwind and by driving wind away, Gilgamesh's Ea creates a gale by drawing in wind. But Saber is more experienced at handling her anti-fortress noble phantasm. It's faster than Ea. Saber pours as much magical energy as she possibly can into her weapon in seconds, and igniting its massive power. She doesn't hesitate. Saber unleashes the might of a sacred sword so powerful it could split a river in two. In the same moment, a light of matching intensity flares to meet Excalibur's attack. The impact is tremendous. Raging winds tear trees from the ground, colliding light. The colliding lights are like an exploding sun, blinding me. No, I'm on the verge of being carried off by the wind. I cling to the ground with my only functioning arm. It's all I can do to weather the storm of wind, light, and heat. How long will this go on? Their overwhelming attacks are so powerful, I fear they might split the world in two. But then, you might say they're blowing me away. Shut up, I'm funny. Ah. It suddenly ends with Saber surrounded by a white light. A crash breaks the unexpected silence. Something thuds on the ground beside me. Saber? I know what it is. Even half blind, I couldn't mistake what I'm seeing. She looks dead. She's a bloody mess. In the distance, the golden knight, completely unscathed, laughs like a madman.
人類最強の聖剣とやらもその程度か。人間の幻想など、所詮子供魂よな。
His laughter rises so high it seems to roar up into the heavens. This must be hilarious to him. He's just smiling to himself, not even paying Saber any mind now that she's fallen. Saber. She doesn't answer. Blood spurts from her mouth as she tries to gasp. The world is red. What was I doing? I knew this would happen. I knew Saber couldn't win against Gilgamesh. So why didn't I try to stop her? even if I had to use a command spell.
しかし味気ない。完全にこちらの圧勝か。相殺することもできぬとは拍子抜けだぞセイバー。ああそうか。少しは手加減してやるべきだった。何しろ相手は女子供だったのだ。
Obviously, he's a sexist pig. His smug voice is grating. This is my fault. I thought she could win. As bad as a feeling as I had about this, I was sure Excalibur would win. I may have told her to stop, but my command spell didn't react. I obviously wasn't serious. If I had been serious about protecting her, I could have used the command spell to make her escape, even if it was just her. Then there would have at least been options for me to fight on my own.
ではいただくとするか。汚れてしまったが。何？いずれ同じ目に遭うのだ。ここで傷つこうと問題はあるまいよ。
His voice draws closer. Saber must have come too. Her eyes are open. Saber, are you all right? I can see her breathing, yet I'm still far away and I can't reach her. She stays still, but I can't run to her. She lays still, but I can't run to her. All I can do is call out to her. Saber! 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 Saber's mouth opens. She breathes in as if to ask for help, but even that is painful enough to send her into a coughing fit. Her voice is weak, and the question makes clear she can't see me. Hold on, I can't very well say I'll help. I'm on the ground too, and I can only move one arm. I can't even offer words of encouragement. At least she can't see me in this pathetic state. She tilts her head towards me, her eyes lifeless. Saber coughs up blood. Anger seizes me, and I see red. I've been relying on Saber, and this is the result. I took one hit and can't even get up. I grab my head with one hand, with the one hand that still works. I could just kill myself. I have every intention of crushing my head, and so pour all the strength I can into my hand. The switch fails. Instead of using my finger, I imagine a hammer press the switch to change myself into a mage. I hear Tosaka's voice. She said that trying to do magecraft beyond your abilities will destroy the caster's nerves and magic circuits. So what? Saber's more important than any of that. If I can protect her, I don't need my head anyway. She saved me so many times. I've never cared about someone the way I care about her. So, if I can't protect her, I'm better off dead. I hear the pounding of iron. The shattered bones of my body are being reinforced by magical energy. There's no holding back. I throw my switch wide open, ignoring my own limits. I generate as much magical energy as I can. My spine ignites. My entire body grows red hot. My brain feels like it's melting, and I bite my tongue to endure it. My teeth sink into the fleshy muscle. but I have to bite a hole in my tongue to remain conscious. If I have to bite a hole in my tongue to remain conscious, so be it. The footsteps stop. Gilgamesh's laughter stops with them.
シロ何をしているのです。ダメだ。そんなことをしたら体が。
She must sense something, even without being able to see. Saber screams as she tries desperately to push herself up. Something in me snaps. I stand up. My body tries to ignore my orders, and begins to move with the help of the surge of magical energy I pour into it. It's like being set on fire and instinctively running towards water in hopes of surviving. I don't care. It's better than seeing Saber like that. Oh, right. With my mind nearly burning up, I finally realize, from the beginning, I vowed to wield my sword because I didn't want her to get hurt.
逃げてと言っているのにどうして。
I stop the enemy from approaching. Saber is behind me on the ground. This is it. There's no way I can retreat now. Trace on. I restrain my panicking, burning body and focus my will. I need to imagine one single thing. I divide the projection into 8 sections and replicate the lost sword. There's something solid in my left hand. I don't even have to look. My second attempt at manufacturing the sword succeeds.
いえ、それでもダメだ。シロも分かっているはずです。動けるのなら今は逃げるのが。私の剣。いえ、それでもダメだ。シロも分かっているはずです。それでは彼には勝てないと。
I'm not running. I came here to get you. No way I'm going home alone. I have the sword. I hold it in both hands. It's so much heavier than the bamboo sword. And glare at Gilgamesh.
やめてシロ。この男はそんな。
I ignore Saber's words and take a step forward. There's about 4 meters between us. If I rush at him with all my might, maybe I can cut him down. He doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a moment, then laughs. His voice is utterly devoid of emotion. I instinctively block the attack that comes my way. Why you? I dodge the surprise attack by swaying sideways. Too slow. If the first attack gives a sudden gust, the barrage of attacks that follow is like a storm. Blocking is all I can do. Actually, I would have even been able to block the first attack of my own. Fortunately, when I reproduced the sword, I also reproduced its memory. A sword that's been in so many battles gains a will of its own after all that experience. This sword must have already mastered this particular dance. I can't follow Gilgamesh's attacks, but the sword seems to be able to. Before I move my arm, the sword is already reacting to Gilgamesh's attacks. I let the sword guide me, and I managed to parry Gilgamesh's fierce attacks. I know we're like in the middle of something, but I really need to take a bio break right now. It might turn into a food break. I'll let you guys know. Give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back. What? Did the game crash? The game crashed. It doesn't last long. Every time I swing the sword, my fingers go numb, and I find myself gradually lagging more and more behind in the sword's guidance.
雑種見苦しいにも程がある
Gilgamesh must not be able to tolerate even the slightest bit of resistance from me. He glares hatefully at me and as he backs up just the slightest bit. I'm saved. If he kept attacking, I wouldn't have lasted another second. I try to catch my breath, and then
薄汚い偽物めそれほどそれが気に入ったのならば本物を見せてやろう
he draws a sword. What? It looks familiar. The decorations are different, though. I thought the thought that went into making that sword, as well as its soul, are too similar to this sword. Don't tell me, the prototype of this sword?
そうだだが宝具としての精度は比べるまでもないぞお前が持つ王を選定する岩に刺さった剣は北欧に伝わる支配を与える木に刺さった剣が流れたものだがこれはその原型王を選定するという政権の大元だ
Is he saying he's holding the original model for the sword in the Tree of Supremacy, the Norse hero Sigmund's demonic sword Grom?
子は親には勝てん天輪を続けるごとに劣化する複製は原型にはかなわぬということだ
Light flares from the blade. The sword understands perfectly that this is the same attack which killed Berserker in a single strike. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand moves towards the enemy's sword, more fiercely, more powerfully than ever before. The noble phantasm called Caliburn, the golden sword of assured victory, but it shatters instantly in the face of Merodach, the original sin. I hear something sliding along the ground. It's a faint rustling sound. Is the park ground slippery? I roll across the ground and like a bit of trash in the wind before finally coming to a stop. Her voice tells me I'm still alive. Oh, there you are, Saber. I'm relieved to see that. I thought I'd been blown away, but it doesn't matter since Saber is here. And then, as long as I can stand up, I can run to her. Ah! I glance at my arm. It's red. My arm is covered in some sort of sticky red membrane, but there's no blood coming from it.
から動かないでくれ、シロ。
Saber's shouts reach me as I lay there, staring at my arm. It looks like my torso is what hurts. That single attack. I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh's sword is what sent me flying. That at least explains why I'm injured. No wonder Saber's so upset. The only thing I can move is my right hand. My left hand doesn't move. I'm not even sure what happened to my left hand. I can't even breathe. A diagonal slash covers my torso, starting at my left shoulder. The slash runs all the way through my body, separating parts of me like unmatched building blocks. I look like a ginkgo leaf. I've been cut open from the shoulder to hip. It's actually creepy I'm still alive right now. I don't think this miraculous survival is going to last too long. I'm conscious right now, but my vision is already starting to narrow. Besides, even a tiny movement will send all my organs tumbling out of my torso. Maybe I really am dead, and my consciousness or my ghost or something is just hanging around watching what's unfolding.
なんだ、見事に散らばったと思ったが存外にしぶといのだな。なるほど、生き汚さだけが雑種の取り柄というわけか。
He laughs. I'm grateful for it, honestly. The more horribly grating that laughter is, the harder my consciousness fights to cling to my physical body.
そこまでだ。貴様に獅子は似合わん。その女は俺がもらう。
More footsteps. This time he's going to take Saber for sure. Going to check. Oh no, we are not at that place yet. This is another dead end point. Checking. I pour all my strength, all the strength I have left into my one good arm. I try to grip the ground with a sticky, slippery arm and lever myself upright, even as I'm on the verge of literally splitting apart. For a brief second, I see Saber's face. She's on the brink of tears. In that moment, I'm proud to know falling in love with her wasn't a mistake. Hold it, it's not over yet. I force myself up. Neither of my legs work. The magical energy that's barely kept my body moving is gone. All that remains is my faint heartbeat and the throbbing of my organs trying desperately to continue functioning.
ほう、未練か。だろうな。 あれはお前には過ぎた宝だ。その気持ちはわからんでもない。ならばこそ他の男の手に奪われるのは悔しかろう。
I really don't like the way you talk. Too far. He goes too far. I can't listen to another second of his shit. Enough. Quit talking about Saber like she's just something to be claimed. I pour what energy I can into my right arm. It feels like it's made of lead. My body creaks in protests, but begins to obey. I push myself up to one knee. Damn, listen to me! I take a deep breath, trying to focus as what strength I have left. Every time I move, I feel my organs shift around and as if with minds of their own. Saber sounds like she's denouncing me. She's far away. In the distance, I can see her staring at me. Okay, that's cool. That's cool to eat, so that's what I'm going to do, and I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. See you then, guys. But I'm back, and I was gone for about 14 minutes, so let's be generous and say 16 minutes. I'll add 16 minutes to the stream. In the distance, I can see her staring at me, sad and forlorn. I pushed everything from my mind to focus on making my body move. Saber's voice is just a distraction. Gilgamesh's laughter, the pathetic states my body's in. None of that is my biggest obstacle right now. Right now, it's Saber. Hearing her say that, seeing her looking like that, it's almost enough to make me give up. Finally, I feel life flood into my knees. Now all I have to do is get to my feet. It's Saber's voice. Damn. If you keep saying that, if you keep saying this even harder, I'll get mad, even at you. I can't keep listening to this. She has no idea how I feel. Shut up, just be quiet a minute. There's nothing wrong with relying on me at times like this. She's pleading with me. Knowing that I'm responsible for the agonizing sound of her voice makes me want to give up right now. But I refuse. There's nothing in the world I want more than you. I can't allow myself to give in to her plea. Saber gapes at me. I'm not sure why, but I remember something. She once told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of my own life. I think she's right. For someone who can't help themselves to try, for someone who can't help themselves to try help someone is a little presumptuous. There's only one. They're really only doing it for their own happiness, while the person they're meant to be helping may not be half so pleased. Someone's first priority should be themselves. The people who think that the people who think like that are the ones who can be truly happy, and so they can then share that happiness with other people as well. Yeah, I know I'm a fool who doesn't value his own life. I've been wrong about the most important thing in my life. From that day, the place in my heart where whatever is most important to me should have been was empty. But I'm grateful for that abnormality, because now that empty space is filled with the person I truly want to save. But Saber, even if I'm the most important thing in my life, nothing will change. You are so much more beautiful than my life could ever be. Nothing could ever replace you in my heart. And then I realized it wasn't that I was sympathetic towards her. The girl in my dreams, that girl who fought and died alone, who I felt was never rewarded for all she did, I was in awe of her. I thought she was beautiful beyond words. The vivid image of her taking her sword and charging into battle, never looking back, was awe-inspiring. Yeah, that's why. That's why I need to protect you, Saber. You are alone your entire life, so I have to make sure you're not swallowed up by the darkness in your last moments. Yep, once this is all over, on the verge of your death, I hope you can go to your eternal slumber, proud of what you did with your life. No more hesitation. My objective is clear. Sorry, I love you more than anything, Saber, so I'm not letting him take you. I regret the apology as soon as I give it, but I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that now of all times, because I wanted to tell her that now of all times, because the word could come straight from my heart. I sense her gasping. I want to turn around to see her face, but no. I can't really see anyone anyway. I stand up. As long as my heart is still beating, I can keep fighting. Magical energy is life. As long as it flows through me, I can create as many swords for her as she needs.
よく立った。で、その後は何があるのだ?
I feel a scorching heat in my right hand. Here, on the brink of death, I'm reminded of what happened 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. I feel just like I did when I was in the fire, reaching a hand out and hoping to be saved. Go away. I can't leave Saber to you. I say that as I raise my right hand.
たわけ。誰が貴様の許しを得るか?
Gilgamesh raises his sword. I hear Saber far behind me. I ignore her and use my remaining magical energy to project the sword once more. The light stops me. A vortex of light rushing at me. It's not as strong as Excalibur, but it still burns away anything it touches. When the heat scorches my body, I don't think about my death. I think about Saber somewhere behind me. This will kill her as well as me. I at least need to protect her, then. I said it's what I do. It's what I've always wanted to do. She's strong, but at the same time could break at any moment. She needs me. She's like a drawn sword, so to make sure she doesn't get hurt, I'll sheath her. And then, Before I realize what's going on, there's a sword in my right hand. I'm not sure who said that, but there is a brief hesitation. At the same moment, the invincible knight in gold takes a step backwards. Saber takes my hand. Bitch slap with a sword! The vortex of light fades. Saber is right beside me. Before me is Gilgamesh, eyes open and bleeding. I don't know what happened, but I realize that it's just like the Berserker battle. Saber is using whatever I made, and it destroyed Gilgamesh's Grom. Two titanic beams of light collided before the beams of light collided before one overwhelms the other, and we managed to truly wound the man who, until now, had been completely unscathed. He radiates murder and is intense, and it's terrifying. In spite of that ferocious, murderous rage, the golden light leaves without a word. Eh? But there's no time to be surprised. I have no idea why he left. But even as I feel myself slipping into unconsciousness, I know the battle's over. My knees buckle. The tension that kept me upright fades, and I collapse. Shiro hurries forward to and catches me. Saber hurries forward and catches me. Shiro. While I slip down and onto my rear, supported by Saber, I look over my body. I can't help but cry out. My body is torn to pieces. I should have been killed the instant Gilgamesh laid me open from shoulder to hip. Well, this is definitely a healing power. Must be what's got me clinging to life. But even that has its limits. I'm practically split in two. I can't possibly recover from this. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, and everything is starting to go dark. My end is near. The only good thing to come from this is that Saber is okay. My wounds are fatal, and it looks like Saber was just exhausted. She's disarmed, and her wounds are already healed. Even if I end up having to drop out of the war, I'm sure Tosaka can take the care of the rest. I hear that sound again. That sound of creaking bones. It's coming from me. I'm curious. I look at my wounds. What? I see myriad swords. Or I see what looks like a ton of tiny blades converging and layering atop each other, trying to knit together my broken body. I feel faint. It looks like every muscle and bone in my body is made from swords. Eh? The next moment, they're gone. My body looks normal, and what I thought I saw a moment ago seems to have been an illusion. As proof of that, my ruined flesh begins fusing together. My wounds close right before my eyes. It's more like restoration rather than healing. Looking at it, I feel a surge of disgust rather than fascination. What? Looks like I'm going to make it. But this is just too... I hear Saber's voice at my ear. She's, really close. Well, that's great, but my body, what's... I want to ask what's going on with my body, but I'm suddenly overcome with dizziness. And then, my body is enveloped in a soft embrace. Saber?
私には分かりました。傷が癒されるのは当然です。
I can't stay awake. I produce too much magical energy. My worn-out mind just wants to sleep now. I don't know how strong it is, but Saber moves and wraps her arms around me. She embraces me tight.
やっと気づいた。シローは私の鞘だったのですね。
Her words penetrate deep into my tired mind. That sensation is so comforting, and the last of my remaining consciousness fades away. I realize I'm safe, and so I yield my body to sleep. Before sleep takes me, I find myself thinking, with a little foolish sadness, that the scene would be better if our positions were reversed. For the final time, I see the red hill once again. The red memory. I dive deeper into her memory, and I realize I'm seeing it for the last time. It's a memory of a certain night that I've seen many times already. After becoming king and killing her will so that she could devote herself to the will of her nation, her days were now marked by the resentment of her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Altria was made to fight more battles she didn't want. She continued to hide her sex, which heaped more suspicion onto her. All that awaited the isolated girl was rebellion at the hands of her own family. A young knight took over the nation while the king was away on an expedition. The knight's name was Mordred. The knight, son of Altria's older sister, Morgan, was in fact the king of Knight's own son. Altria was never able to have a child as a woman. But Mordred had her blood coursing through his veins. I'm not clear what happened to make this possible, but Altria's older sister, Morgan, loathed her for becoming king. Mordred was created as a clone and served the king without knowing who his father was. Mordred sought an opportunity to take the throne for himself, ultimately going so far as to organize a revolt. That revolt would end in what became known as the Battle of Cumlin, the final battle and the end of King Arthur. The king learned of Mordred's betrayal during her expedition and returned with her weary army to invade her own lands. She defeated many of the knights who used to serve her. She attacked the lands she once defended. Those few knights who remained loyal to her died. The only two left standing in the end were the king and her son, Mordred. The combat between the two of them ended in the king's victory, but the king was not unharmed. Mordred was bound by a powerful curse and swung his sword even after dying, inflicting a fatal wound on the king. And so the battle ended. It was the end of her, the king once known as the King of Knights. It must have been heart-wrenching. None of the battles she fought were painless. Every one of the 12 battles she fought was intense, but this one was her greatest loss. She returned to her homeland only to have to destroy her own army. She was forced to punish the knights who once served her, and had to watch those knights who remained loyal to her die. And in the end, she had to kill her own son. I have no idea what was going through her head in that moment. But I had to pray. I had to pray for the lone knights who tried to remain king until the very end. I pray that this dream of her just before her death is the kind of dream a girl named Altria would want to see. I open my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room, lying on my futon.
ああ、気がついたのですね、シロ。
Saber, how did I...
あれから今まで眠っていたのです。体の方はほぼ完治していますから、心配には及びません。
I see. I guess that's good. But what about Saber? She uses Excalibur. She must be running low on magical energy since she probably healed herself too. Saber, were you taking care of me this whole time?
手当てと言っても汗を拭く程度です。私はリンのように人の傷を見ることはできませんから。
I mean, I could have tried to stab you into help, but I had a feeling that wouldn't work. You dummy, you didn't have to do that. You're probably suffering too.
そのようなことはありません。シロに比べれば私は軽傷です。しかし今のは聞き捨てなりませんね。いくら傷が塞がったと言っても、シロは死んでもおかしくない傷だったのです。今は自分の体を案じてください。
Saber reaches for a basin of water for a basin of water that sits beside her. She draws a towel out of it and wrings it before wiping me off with cool water. Ah, honestly, what she does mostly just embarrasses me.
シロ、傷が痛むのですか？また熱が出てきたようですが。
I don't have a fever. That's not what I mean, and I want you to rest too. Babaka, you might be fine right now, but you still used Excalibur. You should be resting, or you might collapse again like last time.
まあ、それはそうなのですが、今は私の方が元気ですから。マスターの傷が癒えるまで、私が守るのは当然でしょう。
Well, I guess that makes sense. She's got me there. When she says it like that, I can't really do anything but agree. Fine, I'm going to rest, but I want you to rest too, Saber. I won't be able to sleep knowing you aren't resting.
それはそうですね。私とて睡眠を取らねばならぬ身ですから。
Saber nods in agreement, then wrings the towel and hangs it over the edge of the basin. I do my best to swallow my embarrassment, and as I watch Saber tend to me.
それでは、私も先に休ませていただきます。御身、くれぐれもお大事に、シロ。
Okay.
おやすみなさい。言いそびれましたが、礼を言います、シロ。 あなたが助かって本当によかった。
There, under the moonlight, I see Saber smile. Her smile seems fragile, maybe because of the pale moonlight. Before I get a good look, the door closes. Huh. When Saber disappears into her room, I'm stricken by a sudden sense of relief. Or maybe loneliness. I regret not telling her to stay here and just take my futon while I use my arm as a pillow. But that would be too much for her. Besides, if we did that, it would remind me of that night. I shake off the image that works its way into my mind. Too many things have happened today. It feels like an entire week has gone by just today. My day with Saber was more challenging than fun. Then we got into an argument, and then I left, abandoning Saber. And then... No, I shouldn't think of that until I've completely recovered. Not only do we have to deal with Gilgamesh, but we also need to defeat Lancer, and whoever his master is. We need to rest, recover, and regroup so we can be at our best, or else we don't have a chance of winning. This only happened a few hours ago. I think Saber said something about me being her sheath. At the time, I couldn't ask what she meant. I was a wreck and near passing out. Oh, come on. I can't fall asleep. In Saber's dream, her face, resolute even on the brink of death, overlaps with the sight of Saber tending to me. Then I hear her voice saying goodnight. The image of her frail profile, of her smile, is burned into my mind. It's not a smile I saw in any of my dreams of her life. She says it makes her happier when she sees me smile. That just drives me nuts. I'm not sad, just exasperated. I don't know why it annoys me so much I actually find myself getting angry. I punch my futon. The desire to lash out in the face of this frustration just completely overwhelms me.
体の具合が悪いのですか?
A concerned voice strips him from the other side of the closed door. We might be getting into something here, so... I'm just going to go ahead and read that data now. Okay, true name Gilgamesh. Part man, part god. He is a king who ruled Uruk, the city-state of Sumeria before the Common Era. A ruler not just of legend, but who is also believed to have actually existed. He has written in one of mankind's oldest epic poems, the Epic of Gilgamesh. A two-third divine, one-third human demigod, he is a peerless sovereign of the world. And a supreme king who has obtained everything in existence. Initially, he was a tyrant who thought little of his citizens, but his behavior gradually changed after befriending Enkidu. Enkidu was a divine creation made by the goddess Aruru in response to the prayers of the people suffering under Gilgamesh's oppressive rule. Enkidu and Gilgamesh were destined to meet, and they affected one another greatly. At first, Gilgamesh feared and viewed Enkidu as an enemy, but the two of them formed a mutual bond and later worked as mutuals to govern the nation. The two of them also defeated the guardian of the forest, the divine beast Humbaba. If you guys will remember the Final Fantasy VI playthrough, Humbaba was the name of that special behemoth who attacked the village Tifa was protecting in the World of Ruin. So that's where that name comes from. And Gilgamesh would eventually go on to be known as the greatest king on Earth, taking possession of every fortune known to man. At this point, Gilgamesh was a dazzling and powerful being, and even the gods could not ignore. A goddess fell in love with Gilgamesh. The goddess of fertility, Ishtar, proposed marriage to the perfect king, but Gilgamesh bluntly rebuffed the goddess's proposal. He did so because he knew Ishtar was a capricious and brutal witch who ruined men's lives. And angry Ishtar claimed Gilgamesh insulted her, and she sent her father Anu's bull of heaven to Earth as retaliation. The unleashing of this unbeatable divine beast caused 7 years of famine and destruction. Gilgamesh and Enkidu worked together to confront the Bull of Heaven and successfully defeated it, further tarnishing the goddess's reputation. Ishtar's anger could not be quelled, so the goddess asked the god for the death of either Gilgamesh or Enkidu, reasoning that a human killing a divine beast is a punishable sin. Ishtar's wishes were heard, and Enkidu slowly wasted away until they died, and they were a creation of the gods and unable to resist their orders. This was the start of Gilgamesh's downfall. He was shocked to find that his friend, the only one and who could match him in power, was just as capable of death. Gilgamesh was haunted by the fear of his doom, and so he set on a journey to the underworld in search of immortality. After an arduous trek, Gilgamesh obtained the elixir of immortality. However, as he bathed on Ra's home, a snake drank the elixir, and Gilgamesh was left to die in despair. It is said that snakes are reborn and into a new body each time they shed their skin, because one drank Gilgamesh's elixir. Humanity's oldest king of heroes, Gilgamesh, tells of his clash with the gods, his journey to seek immortality, and a great flood over the world. Everything in his epic became the archetype and basis for all mythology. His name may not be as recognized as Arthur or Heracles, but as comparatively nameless figure is the oldest hero king. His overwhelming power makes him the strongest heroic spirit. Oh boy, that was a long word. That was long reading. I think the divinity here may be new. B, but A plus in brackets. I guess that's what his true divinity rank would be. He has the highest aptitude for being a divine spirit, but because he hates the gods, it has been ranked down. Enuma, star of creation that divided heaven and earth. Rank EX, anti-world, range 1 to 99, max target 1,000 persons. I would think anti-world would be wider than that, but whatever. Ea, the sword of rupture, the blade that can sever space itself. A rift created by compressed and clashing winds becomes an artificial fault line that divides space-time, annihilating everything that stands against it. There is no way to defend against its destructive power unless it has a target anti-purge AC or an attack powerful enough to cancel it out. The damage value was strength times 20, but the magic value can randomly be added to strength. Its maximum range is 4,000. However, its damage increases exponentially when noble phantasms from the treasury are used as backup. It is a sword with the power to sever the world, which makes it equal to or even more powerful than Saber's Excalibur. Gate of Babylon, treasury of the king. This is what he used a lot in Fate Samurai Remnant. Rank E to A++, type anti-personnel, range a key-shaped sword that connects to the Golden Capital. It bridges space and allows the user to freely take any treasure from the vault, though it need not be said, the more treasures that are gathered, the greater the power of his noble phantasm. My breathing is heavy, so she must think I'm having some trouble sleeping. No, it's okay, but why are you still awake? Are you truly... Oh.
本当にシロの方はよろしいのですか？まだ苦しいのでしたらそちらに行きますが。
Maybe I should go over... No, that's even worse. All the pent-up feelings I've been barely holding back will come rushing to the forefront if I see Saber now. Saber, can I talk to you for a bit?
はい。このままでよろしければ。
We start talking through the sliding door. Since I can't actually see her, I think back to that smile, the last expression I saw on her face. She looked so happy. And when I think of it, I find myself getting more frustrated rather than less. I don't know why I'm getting so warm. The power of horny! But I still need to talk to Saber. I have to tell her that even if I don't have the right answer, she's still wrong. My voice trembles. My tongue feels heavy in my mouth. Once I say it, I won't be able to take it back. I'm fully aware of that. It's okay, just... things are fine, so you need to smile for yourself. Some unknown force forces the words from me.
シロそんなどうして
There shouldn't even be a question. I'll still keep repeating myself until you realize it. Saber, you've done enough. You worked hard enough. You fought so hard all on your own. That's why it shouldn't be right unless you found happiness. You fulfilled your vow. That gives you the right to go back to being Altria.
何を言うかと思えばまだそんなことを言うのですかあなたは
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it. I can't help it. I fell for you. So you should go back to being you. No, Altria. I suppress the sudden urge of emotion. I'm on the verge of breaking down. If only Saber would just say something, even a single word.
私を困らせないでほしいそのようなことを言われても私は
This music, my god! Her answer is unchanged. My heart aches from her
シロ
determination.
は私の過去を知って私の中に何度も入ってきた私の答えなどあなたは知っているはずなのにどうしてそこまで私に構うのです私がどれほどの罪を重ねてきたのかあなたは見てきたはずなのに
Yeah, I have. Many people were sacrificed in the name of the king, many enemies killed. I have no intention of pretending that didn't happen. Still, knowing this, I want Altria to be happy. Yeah, so, I don't understand this feeling, but I can't just let you stay like this. I want you to smile, Saber. I want to be with you forever. It's such a childish confession of love. I wait for her answer as the silence stretches out between us. What Saber might be doing, or how she might be reacting behind that closed door, I have no idea. Are my words even getting through to her?
私の答えは変わりません王の誓いは破れないふさわしくなかったとはいえ私は王として国を任せられたその責務を果たせなかったというのにそんな自由は許されない
Her voice is so sad. I can't stand it any longer. I don't want to hear the solitary oath Altria took when she became king. I already know it. All this frustration wasn't just so I could hear her lamentations. I kicked at the futon covers. The only thing between me and Saber is the sliding door to her room.
シロ
The door slides softly as I open it. My mind goes blank. What was I so angry about? Why was I so sad? Before me, I see trembling eyes on the verge of tears. I see a slender neck and shoulders so thin they seem in danger of snapping in a breeze. And I see her golden hair splashed with moonlight, just like when we first met. Without even thinking, I embrace her. I hold her so tight I might break her. It's different from that night. I didn't feel like this back then. This may sound ridiculous. Even though I was aspiring to be a champion of justice, I never fell in love. There was never someone I couldn't let go of. Saber, it's like she might disappear if I don't hold her tightly enough. I'm not sure how long I hold her, but I relax my embrace after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear.
シロ突然に何をこれは一体 どういうことですか？こんなことをされても私は。
She moves slightly in my arms. Her lips tremble. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. So I place my lips on hers to silence her. She trembles in my arms. I'm looking at Saber, but I'm not seeing anything. But my sense of touch has grown so much more sensitive now. I can feel the softness of Saber's lips. Our lips part. Saber places a hand on my chest and pushes me away gently. She wants to say it was a mistake. Saber looks at me, on the verge of tears. It wasn't a mistake. I'll say it as many times as I can. I love you, and I can't let you go. If you don't want that, tell me. Tell me that our relationship is just master and servant. If that's what you really want, then say so directly. Reject me. That is kind of putting her on the spot. Yeah, if you don't tell me directly, I'm not going to hold back. If you don't reject me, I'll just do what I want. Even if it could if it could only make her forget her vow to be king for a moment. Neither of us says anything that feels like a long time. What feels like a long time. I keep holding Saber, feeling her soft, slender body. She's still tense, unsure of herself. All I can hear is our breathing and our hearts beating. How many times did our heart beat against each other? She pushes a little harder on my chest. The pause makes my heart ache. She bites her lip, trembling as if confessing that what we did that night was not permitted. And yet, her body offers no resistance, and the hesitation in her eyes tells me something. Just one night. She's telling me of a hope she feels cannot be fulfilled. She wants to stay like this until the night ends. Saber, I lift my hand, trying to embrace her. Saber takes hold of it. Yeah, this would be the other sex scene in this route. Of course, that's not going to happen in this version of the game. Her hushed voice, asking for permission, falls silent. I have no words. That line of reasoning is so transparent, but it's the best she could do to ask for her wish to come true. Oh, right, but do you know if the connection's still working properly? Our bodies have to be close. It's all we can do. This is as close as we can be, because she is still bound by her oath. I can't break that oath. Saber moves in my arms. I don't know what to do in the heat of her pressed against me. Holding Saber's body, holding Saber's slender body in my arms breaks my heart. Makes my heart beat faster. And I'm ashamed of myself for getting agitated. Saber's cheeks practically glow red. She looks so
で
embarrassed.
すのでシロ、お願いです。今晩は共にあなたと眠らせてください。ケンとサヤは共にあればその力を取り戻しやすい。それにあの儀式と同じようにより心身を近づければ。
I was thinking of a joke in relation to that, but I'll withhold it. I nod silently. I'm much happier than I am embarrassed. I get to spend the night with Saber in my arms. Our bodies may not touch more than they are now, but we can be more intimate in our hearts.
ではシロ、今夜は私が支度をしますので先に部屋に戻っていただけませんか。
Saber stands up. I can't bear to let her go, but she can't stay like this forever, so I head back through the sliding door to my room. I turn back to look at Saber as I slide the door shut. It feels like I'm doing something wrong, though, so I close the door quickly. We are actually going to take the moment to stop there, because we are at time. All right, then. So, we finally found out who the Golden Archer is. So, oh yeah, and we almost died again. God damn it, we're always dying. So, yeah. That, we just started what was originally the other sex scene of the game. But of course, that's not going to happen here. So, so we'll see what that's replaced with next time. So let us set up a raid. We're going to raid Robin, who is playing Security Breach. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube, and you can also check my socials down there. So, though, again, to remind everyone, I am on Blue Sky now. Oh, and I'm barely I'm barely reacting to, I'm barely going to be on Twitter from now on. So, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on, oh yeah, and tomorrow we'll continue Hollow Knight. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all on the next one. This is Metis Balaska, signing out.